just turn up the radio. What's up, are you listening? Come on. You know we're growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV, everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. A for Angola, Ola y amo Angola, the home of the diamond and oil. B for Botswana. Blessed be this noble land of diamond and beef. They have the best national parks, wildlife, swamps, sand dunes. Try the tourism. Pula, let there be rain. C for Comoros. You know they stay busy with great agriculture and fishing. Found across the Indian Ocean. If you need to get away, you should get it in your motion. Democratic Republic of Congo. Limitless water, abundant deposits of diamond, copper and gold. If I'm looking down from the top of the mountain, there's more minerals than we can count, man. Like cobalt, tin, tantalum, etc., etc. The kingdom of Eswatini is the new promise of Africa. Majestic in all its ways, rich traditions, customs, royal friendly, makes you feel welcome. They'll make you feel home. Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. What else? High hills, highlands, water reservoirs, and another diamond hub. And what about M? Madagascar, spreading vanilla scents to the world. The island with graphite, chromite, bauxite. God blessed us with minerals we can't even pronounce. Malawi, I wanna visit the warm heart of Africa. Landlocked with beautiful people with good tasty fish called chambo. I wanna escape there, they make me feel home. You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV, everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. Let's not forget about Mauritius. The name is synonymous to tourism like no other. Hello to Dodo, I want it on my t-shirt. Boasting to some of the world's unique and endangered species. Mozambique, luta continua. Great coastline with rich fish and grounds and fresh seafood. Producers of gas, electricity, water and coal. Namibia, the land of the brave, the home of diamond, copper and gold. The greatest sites with the highest dunes and widest shores the world has ever seen. Have you ever been to Seychelles? As pure as it gets, 8 most beautiful islands and alluring with attractions of surreal rock. South Africa, inspiring new waves. The Rainbow Nation, aka the one and only Mzansi. Bred icons of peace like Mandela, who liberated his people from apartheid. Still rich in diamond and gold. The United Republic of Tanzania. Diamond and Tanzanite mining and touring, taking them higher and higher. Zanzibar is just another place I admire. I'll go there to fulfill my desire. Kilimanjaro, give it a shot, let's climb up. Zambia, the real Africa, where people are warm and they friendly. They show love and they do it immensely. One Zambia, one nation, Chipolo Polo. The home of the copper belt. Platinum and cotton are bread and butter. Animal reserves, game in abundance. The tourists came and they loved it. Zimbabwe coming up with diamond and coal rocks. Beautiful natural wonders of the Victoria Falls. Mosotunya, the smoke that thunders. A shared heritage with Zambia, a great symbol of oneness. Spectacular waterfalls the world has ever seen. A stunning destination with amazing attractions. Stunning destinations with amazing attractions.
The Southern African Development Coordinating Conference was established on 1st April 1980 in Lusaka, Zambia, and was transformed into the Southern African Development Community on 17 August 1992 in Windhoek, Namibia, to promote development, integration, peace and security, and social-economic growth. One region, 16 nations working towards a common future.
You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. Just turn up the radio. What's up? Are you listening? Come on. You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands. Do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. A for Angola, Ola Iyamo Angola, the home of the diamond and oil. B for Botswana. Blessed be this noble land of diamond and beef. They have the best national parks, wildlife, swamps, sand dunes. Try the tourism. Pula, let there be rain. C for Comoros. You know they stay busy with great agriculture and fishing. Found across the Indian Ocean. If you need to get away, you should get it in your motion. Democratic Republic of Congo. Limitless water, abundant deposits of diamond, copper and gold. If I'm looking down from the top of the mountain, there's more minerals than we can count, man. Like cobalt, tin, tantalum, etc., etc. The kingdom of Eswatini is the new promise of Africa. Majestic in all its ways, rich traditions, customs, royal friendly, makes you feel welcome. They'll make you feel home. Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. What else? High hills, highlands, water reservoirs, and another diamond hub. And what about M? Madagascar, spreading vanilla scents to the world. The island with graphite, chromite, bauxite. God blessed us with minerals we can't even pronounce. Malawi, I wanna visit the warm heart of Africa. Landlocked with beautiful people with good tasty fish called chambo. I wanna escape there, they make me feel home. You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. Let's not forget about Mauritius. The name is synonymous to tourism like no other. Hello to Dodo, I want it on my t-shirt. Boasting to some of the world's unique and endangered species. Mozambique, Luta Continua. Great coastline with rich fish and grounds and fresh seafood. Producers of gas, electricity, water and coal. Namibia, the land of the brave, the home of diamond, copper and gold. The greatest sites with the highest dunes and widest shores the world has ever seen. Have you ever been to Seychelles? As pure as it gets, 8 most beautiful islands and alluring with attractions of surreal rock. South Africa, inspiring new waves. The Rainbow Nation, aka the one and only Mzansi. Bred icons of peace like Mandela, who liberated his people from apartheid. Still rich in diamond and gold. The United Republic of Tanzania. Diamond and Tanzanite mining and touring, taking them higher and higher. Zanzibar is just another place I admire. I'll go there to fulfill my desire. Kilimanjaro, give it a shot, let's climb up. Zambia, the real Africa, where people are warm and they friendly. They show love and they do it immensely. One Zambia, one nation, Chipolo Polo, the home of the copper belt. Platinum and cotton are bread and butter. Animal Animal reserves, game in abundance. The tourists came and they loved it. Zimbabwe coming up with diamond and coal rocks. Beautiful natural wonders of the Victoria Falls. Mosotunya, the smoke that thunders. A shared heritage with Zambia, a great symbol of oneness. Spectacular waterfalls the world has ever seen. A stunning destination with amazing attractions. Stunning destinations with amazing attractions.
The Southern African Development Coordinating Conference was established on 1st April 1980 in Lusaka, Zambia, and was transformed into the Southern African Development Community on 17 August 1992 in Windhoek, Namibia, to promote development, integration, peace and security, and social-economic growth. One region, 16 nations working towards a common future.
You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc.
Morning. Morning. We can put our house to order and we start. Angola, as we said yesterday, you can start if you are ready. Then Zambia also prepare.
Good morning. Morning, everybody. So my name is Indali Medio from Angola. We are working on the Netp, but the process is not finished yet. I can say that we are still doing survey in the community to know how we will implement the Netp. We have formed already a strategic committee for the prevention and reduction of disaster risk, and the national plan for preparation, contingency response, and recovery from disaster with other sectors. This committee is made up of firefight service, meteorological service, and the regulator. So it's important to remember that in Angola, flood and the effects of drought are the hydrometeorological phenomenon with the great impact, negatively compromising development programs. So we promise that on the next meet or next event, we will come up the presentation. So thank you very much.
Zambia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gezile Zulu. I'm from Zambia, from the Ministry of Technology and Science. That's the ministry responsible for ICT in Zambia. I'll begin my presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's the format of the presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Zambian disaster management is under the Office of the Vice President, and it is called the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit. This unit has been in operation for the last 25 years. So under the DMMU, we collaborate with the Ministry of Technology and Science and also the Ministry of Home Affairs and various stakeholders that operate in the various sectors. We have a number of natural hazards in Zambia that occur frequently. We have, I think every other rainy season, we have floods, we have cholera, we have an insurgence of armyworms, which is a kind of worm that attacks maize plants. We have strong winds that usually blow off most of our infrastructure, especially in the rural areas. And currently, the country is facing a drought situation. We have a drought hazard at the moment. So our DMMU is available on various platforms that you could access by just typing DMMU code. It's located in Lusaka, and it operates on an emergency line, which is 901, which is only at national level. Next slide. Okay, so the DMMU starts at the apex at the policy level with the DMMU policy of 2005. We have the Disaster Management Act number 13 of 2010, and we have the ICT Act, which enacted the Zambia Information and Communication Technology Authority that responds to emergency services by establishing short codes and emergency telecommunications services. We have the E-Government Act number 2021, and it's at director level in ministries and provinces. You may find it interesting why I mentioned the E-Government Act. I think in Zambia for a long time, the ICT sector was not devolved to the provincial and district levels, which made it a problem to implement emergency telecommunication services. So the DMMU structure has positions at national level and at provincial level, but in the district levels, there was no head of ICT to conduct emergency telecommunications. So this has been a significant development in emergency telecommunication services in Zambia. So we have an SI number 38 of 2012, which looks at universal access services and regulations, which is based on the ICT Act number 15 of 2009. Now this SI made it possible for us to start implementing and installing communication towers as well as fiber optic connectivity throughout the country. So right now the country stands at 90% coverage in terms of mobile network communications, and then fiber optic connectivity is at 60%. So we have also implemented through the E-Government Act a national emergency tracking and monitoring system, which was launched this year, and it oversees the implementation of e-government services. So basically, we have the digital transformation strategy and the e-government strategy, which looks at digitizing all government departments, which includes the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit. Next slide. So we have the status of the drafting of the NETP in Zambia. We have not commenced the development of this NETP plan. I think plans are underway to start the implementation. We're undergoing our budgeting process as a country, so by next year, we'll obviously budget and start this process through the DMMU and the Ministry of Technology and Science. We also have been looking at areas that we can improve and look at advancing our ICT services. Next slide, please. So in drafting our e-government strategy, which looks at enhancing telecommunication services, we have deployed a smart city, which has a command center. The command center is at national level and has devolved into the provincial levels. We do not have it yet at district levels due to financial constraints. So as you can see, we have the e-policing, video conferencing facilities, and others. Next slide, please. So the overview of our experiences and challenges is as follows. We've been having challenges with coordination and collaboration amongst our various stakeholders, and this is also during the drought process. Due to not having a strategic plan in place, we've also been having financial challenges in acquiring material resources and equipment due to the current problem that we have. We have a debt restructuring problem as a country, and unfortunately we're hit with a drought situation, so the financial challenges have been quite huge in this drought response. So like I explained earlier, the DMM structure has been expanded after the enactment of the Act and the e-government, so we have representation of the DMMU at provincial and at the district level. Next slide. So the lessons learned from this process is that we need to improve our stakeholder and sectoral collaboration. We need to come up with the NETP, I think, and this has become an urgent issue, and as well as establish standard operating procedures for the different sectors, whether it be agriculture, whether it be the protection, or whether it be the technology, telecommunications staff responding. And there's need for education and training among the first responders as well as stakeholders in the disaster risk management ecosystem. We've identified the need for further support from international organizations such as ITU and Sadc, which they've come through at many different times in previous disasters that we've had as a country. On disaster risk preparedness and making local communities to be resilient to environmental, medical, and economic hazards, we are looking at increasing the resilience of the communities by conducting sensitization and awareness campaigns for them to be able to rebuild and also to have agricultural information, especially when it comes to agriculture problems. So we have identified the hazards, and we've built at least one network, one early warning systems in terms of flooding systems that will help us in the future, as well as meteorological predictions for future drought situations. So we've also learned that we have to start the process of domestication of the Tampere Convention to assist in future problems, as we've had a drought this year. Next slide. So in terms of technical support, this is another area where we need technical support. We have a crisis management system that has ability to enhance preparedness planning by documenting potential risks. I think there's need for this to be devolved and for the features to be enhanced for this system. Currently, there are only the two early warning systems that I mentioned, the crisis management and the flood warning systems. There's a flood warning systems at an area called Mbeta and Kasaya, which was funded by the ITU. There's need to enhance these systems to other areas of the country. So next slide. So there's need to replicate, like I mentioned earlier, the emergency operations centers to the district levels, like I mentioned. And we need to enhance the impact-based forecasting systems for the dam. We are having problem with our dam, the Kariba Dam. As you know, due to the drought we've had, I think the waters are low. So currently we've had a problem with electricity generation, and as well as providing water reticulation to most of the households in the country due to the lack of power supply from our main electricity supplying company. We need also the technical assistance in the installation of a bulk messaging system, as well as capacity development of the local structures to strengthen them in drought resilience. Next slide. So also support areas include, like I mentioned, trainings, workshops, as well as the DMMU and the Zambia Meteorological Department, which provides our weather information, I think we did not have adequate information on the drought situation, so enhancement of these systems is somewhere where we would need support. And then also support in conducting drilling exercises and simulation exercises. As you know, we are currently operating in silos, and the coordination and collaboration mechanisms has been very difficult to establish with the different first responders and disaster risk reduction agencies in the country. Next slide. So there's a Daay Framework Vision 2030, which relies on preparedness, prevention, and mitigation. It helps us with dissemination of early warning systems, and then would also look at support in looking at the domestication of the Daay Framework Vision 2030. Next slide. So basically, we look at support in harmonization, like I mentioned, and we have various shortcodes in the country. The DMMU 909 is for the disaster risk reduction. Like I mentioned, it is divorced from the national to the provincial, but we require harmonization with the fire emergency line, a hospital emergency line, and the police emergency lines. In the infrastructure that we installed, the command center, I think the two are operating in silos. We need support from ITU and Sadc in terms of developing the Netp and the early warning systems for war. So also we need assistance in procurement of software and hardware that is seamless and integrated from department to department and ministry also to statutory bodies. Next slide. Okay, so the recommendations are that we need enhanced disaster risk management stakeholder coordination, which is key to ensuring that all mechanisms and disaster preparedness and prevention are collaborated in an easier manner. We need enhanced development of the National Emergency Operations Center, like I mentioned. We need assistance with mobilization of financial resources in the management of disasters. We need enhanced institutional management systems and processes and procedures, like I mentioned earlier in the problem statement. And we need assistance with the development of laws and regulations to the emergency telecommunications and early warning systems. Have you noticed our policy of 2005 has not been revised to date, and our ICT Act number 13 of 2012 requires to be reviewed. As I mentioned, it lacked a structure for the telecommunications sector for us to run early warning systems efficiently. We need to develop and strengthen community-based risk management systems and strengthen disaster risk assessments and response. And then we also need to develop and implement a disaster preparedness and response plan, like I mentioned. So basically, this is what we've recommended. Next slide, please. In conclusion, Zambia needs to ensure that all existing infrastructure and corresponding framework is in line with the Sadc NETP model and the standard operating procedures. And Zambia appreciates the experience sharing capacity workshop that we've heard from the other countries. And we look forward to collaboration from Sadc, and we are thankful for the response that we've received in the current drought situation that we've received from ITU and Sadc, and we look forward to further collaborations. Thank you.
You can ask some questions, comments, or contributions to the presentations which we have heard. Any questions, contribution, or comments to the presentations? Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, you said Zambia is actually implementing the technology to prepare for the disasters. And you've talked that it's in the agriculture. So my question is, how effective is that technology? Because we need people to prepare months before disasters. Some people can invest in maybe large farms, and if that disaster occurs, that could lead to heavy losses. So how effective is that technology? Is it within months to the day of the disaster, or maybe some few weeks, the like? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I go ahead and answer the question? Okay, so thank you so much for that question. I think we've been trying to invest in our Zambia Meteorological Department. We've been working with the World Meteorological Organization. I think they donated the software for world predictions, and we've been working with them. So in terms of the preparedness and reliance on this system, I think it's able to provide weather predictions for agriculture. And I think the Department of Meteorological Department did give us ample warning for the drought that was imminent, but up to the extent to which we would not have adequate rainfall, we did not have that information. So I think that system has been in operation for a year now. I think, no, 3 years now. And I think there are more, like we submitted that we need more collaboration and more assistance from international organizations in terms of installing more early warning systems. We have for the flash floods, and we have for the meteorological department, but we need more assistance, technical assistance in the crisis management system. Thank you.
Any more questions? Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Zambia, for your presentation. I would like you to elaborate a little bit further, in the spirit of sharing, on the disaster toll-free alert short code. How you came about with selecting this number, who is picking up the tab for this service. Secondly, elaborate on the need of having the layer for dams. How does that contribute towards Zambia's strategy in terms of emergency telecoms, vulnerabilities of telecom networks? Thank you.
Okay, I'll allow my colleague from ZICTA to explain on how they came up with the number 909, and then I'll also add on to the answer.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Actually, from the regulatory point of view, what we do is looking at the needs in terms of the times when we have disasters. People need to communicate to one another. So as a regulator, actually, it depends on what is needed on a particular disaster situation, like the numbers. So we have set aside short codes that are meant for emergency communication, and also given to the public, actually, so that in whatever situation they may be, as long as they have access to ICTs, they can communicate to the responsible organizations for help. And we have also, for instance, during the COVID situation, actually, most of the people were working from home, and they needed more spectrum actually to communicate or work from home. So what we did was, as a regulator, we actually gave them extra spectrum in the 800, which they used actually to communicate or to add more channels that were needed by the people actually to work from home during that situation. I submit.
Who's picking up the tab for it? Who's paying for it? Is it a number that the mobile operators are providing it for free, or ZICTA is paying the MNOs to maintain that number?
Actually, in the licenses, there's a condition that we give the mobile, or rather the service providers, that actually are supposed to provide free service in case of an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll just add on to say that The 909 toll-free line was arrived at because we, has been identified, we were having a problem because we have a number of emergency lines. Now we're looking at having one emergency line in the future, so we hope that with the drafting of the NETP plan for Zambia, we can have one line. I think the numbers we have are 991 for police, 992 for fire, and 99 for hospitals, and 993 for fire. So why we came up with 909 is because these other numbers are actively in use by other people, and 909 was the closest we could come to 991. So like I mentioned during the presentation, is that having a lead institution in terms of disaster risk management and emergency telecommunications has been a problem. I think we've tried to inform the disaster management and mitigation unit to adopt 991 as well through the police, but this issue of collaboration coordination where they would like to have their own emergency line and operate it separately. So like I mentioned, we've invested in a command center through the police in order to integrate these operation centers. So what's happening on the ground is that there's an emergency operations center with the police, which has capacity to, and advanced technology to run the emergency operations center at DMMU. And we have another emergency operations center operating under DMMU. So we have got two systems that we hope in the future, through collaboration and coordination and through having a national emergency communications plan, we can integrate and harmonize the command center. So this has been the issue of which institution will lead in emergency telecommunications in the country. So I think hopefully through this workshop and through the plan, we'll be able to sort out all these coordination and collaboration issues. Thank you.
On the dam?
Could you repeat the question on the dam?
Okay. You mentioned that you also use the maps of dams. Yesterday, during our presentations, we said that there was a need for having GIS systems where we have vulnerability maps, network coverage maps for TV, radio, mobile networks, and the regulator wanted to superimpose those in order to identify networks that may be more prone to disaster and to make them more resilient, have backup equipment. So this was discussed yesterday. Zambia is the only one that actually mentioned the maps of dams. So I wanted to understand how the maps of dams really help you in terms of identifying perhaps certain areas where people may be more prone to disasters, or maybe emergency telecom networks. So this is what we understand, because we already had a consensus that we need tools to be able to superimpose the different layers to give us more information of how we can identify areas where we need to build resilience of emergency telecoms.
Okay, so we've been working there's an organization called National Remote Sensing Center, which is a government department which has been providing the maps. We recently invested in some state-of-the-art technology with National Remote Sensing Center. They're the ones that have been providing the data, but like I mentioned, they're under the Ministry of Technology and Science, and they've been working with DMMU and giving the data there, but we need to start working as one front. Also, we get our mapping data from the mobile network operators who superimpose their maps of the coverage of the mobile network, that's MTN, Airtel, and Zamtel. So we superimpose our maps on the national remote sensing maps, so we get the data from the different mobile network operators, but the issue is you have to come up with the same parameters, harmonize the parameters that you are collecting. So we had a problem in that the parameters that it may be the same parameter, but it's got different names in different softwares. So we had to change the parameters and harmonize the parameters and superimpose the data so we could get the maps on the national remote sensing data mapping. So they use satellite imagery, by the way, and they're able to come up with a mapping. And then we work with our Central Statistics Agency, which also provides us the data of the population, the sparse populations covered in the country, so they also have mapping data. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, maybe I can just add on that one. On the side of the regulators, actually, there's what we call the coverage maps. What we normally do is that we gather data from all the service providers regarding the location of their different transmitters, the heights, and whatever technologies they are using. And we have a system that we use actually to conduct coverage analysis. So once we do that, we are able actually to have a list or maps of areas that are covered, that are not covered, and also those that are undercovered. So from that perspective, the government can now come up with a policy or strategy on how we are supposed to fill up the gaps that we have seen from the coverage maps that we have. I submit.
We now go to our next session, which is NTP governance. And I'm calling on the key steps to effective governance of NETP ITU.
Hello, good morning, everybody, Madam Chair. How should I share my presentation? Oh. Okay, perfect. Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you again for having me here. Very useful presentations I've seen during the 2 days of the workshop. So, okay, but let us begin right now with the key steps for effective governance of an NETP. As you know, there are many diverse stakeholders that actually are involved in the disaster risk management phases: response, recovery, mitigation, and preparedness. And you need to be able to coordinate a good and well governance structure that could include all relevant stakeholders and that could, make them work together coordinately. A clear governance model allows for planning, executing, and revising activities to be carried out in all 4 phases of disaster risk management. Governance models should be flexible and adaptable to fit each of the country's characteristics. This means that there's not a kind of one solution for all type of approach. Each country must have their own tailored governance model based on their characteristics, on their institutions, on their frameworks, legal and regulatory frameworks, their organizations, and the infrastructure that they have. There's a good document that I'm going to base my presentation on, but I recommend that for those of you who are willing to develop a governance model, skim through it, read it, and try to follow their basic principles. It might seem that this document is, specified for the U.S., but to some extent, the principles that are included there, the mechanisms, the different governance models, and so on, might give you very good ideas on how to implement this in your countries. So that document, you can see in the slide, the first, the page of the document, the Emergency Communications Governance Guide, that, as I said, it could be for a specific country like the U.S., but it has general information, principles that you can follow. So let me go ahead to the 6 specific principles that I'm going to talk about on how to improve governance models. So the first one is to understand the governance landscape. Basically, you have communications technologies and you have operational activities as well. And those could be, of different kind, be multiple. And you have to have a governance model that could encompass all of them so that, they are all making decisions coordinately. In this case, they divide in 2 specific categories, those functions. One is the communications technology functions, and the other one are the operational ones. You can see there on the screen that they have, for example, for the communication technology functions, technologies like land mobile radio, the centralized 3-digit emergency number, broadband connectivity, whether it's mobile or fixed, and others as well. And the governance in the case of the operational functions, you can have their cybersecurity, training and exercises, public policy, budget and financing, and so others that could include there. This is just a quick example. You will see in some specific models of governance how they would look like and how they will interact. So first of all, you need to understand how is that governance landscape, which means what are the organizations, what technologies are you using, what the operational functions are in your country, and organize those. That's kind of the first step. You also need to have or build partnership between these different organizations at all levels of the government. You have first responders of different kind. You have government officials, ministries, regulatory bodies, and so on. So you need to have well mapped what are all those government organizations and build partnerships, build interaction between those agencies, whether it's through a memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement or any other mean that you find viable. you need to begin to communicate, to talk to each other, to make decisions. You also want to understand the landscape, understand and begin to talk the partnerships between the different agencies and so on. You need to establish a governance model which should be formal, whether it's through legislation, through regulation, resolutions, laws, or plans or policies, or any of those government documents that will provide a clear, I would say, description of what the governance model is. You will need to have their kind of a formal description, provide the tools for this governance model to have and can enforce decisions, and provide them also with a decision-making process and the decision-making functions that will allow them to be clearly effective. So here are some items that you might include for the government's body authority that you have to describe and clearly, know what is it the governance body authority going to do. For example, the name, the authority, and the purpose. What kind of authority do they have? Do they have a decision-making authority? They can enforce their decisions that they make. What is the purpose for that specific governance body? What are the roles and responsibilities of each one of the people or entities that will be integrated that governance body? Reporting obligations, organizational alignment between each organization and across each organization and within each of the organizations. How did they align with the governance body? Guidelines for subcommittees or working groups that you can define. We will see some examples of subcommittees and working groups in the following slides. Who will be the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and what are the functions and responsibilities they have. Membership of the governance body and who is able to vote and who is not able to vote in the decision-making process. Term limits based on, a specific, clear roadmap of action items and activities that the governance body will have and will enforce to their organizations. And also founding, how we're going to found and have budget to make the body be, workable and that can provide, effective assistance and decisions. Here in the following two slides, I'm going to show quickly a couple of governance bodies for the example that I mentioned that are in this document. As I said, every governance body is not the same. You can have different kind of models. This is model A, for example. They have like 6 or 7 in the document. Each model should reflect, or the governance body that you decide based on the model that you find it's adequate for you, should reflect your unique organizations, the needs and the potential partners for collaboration that you have within the different organizations, the opportunities and resources that you can include from each organization as well. Governance bodies, as you see on this model, have a higher decision body, which is a governance body integrated by individuals of each of the government entities or organizations. And they have subcommittees or working groups in this case that are for each of the technical functions and operational functions, like land mobile radio, as I mentioned at the beginning, broadband, 3-digit number 911, alert, warning, and notifications, AWN, that you have here, cybersecurity, training and exercise, private sector, NGO coordination. So there are some working groups and subcommittees that also report to the governance body, and that in that way, and centralizing everything in the governance body, they can see the full picture and the whole spectrum of analysis that has been made to in the different subcommittees or working groups to make decisions. In this case, this governance body has 4 subcommittees or working groups: operations in general, technical, policy and planning, budget and financing. Operations normally has, in this case, field experts that go into the different, I would say, locations where you can have hazards or disasters and are aware of the technologies that can be used specifically for those cases. You have also the technical subcommittee, who in this case is the one that is looking into different telecommunication technologies that are coming out and that could be used for emergency telecommunications within the country. You have the policy and planning subcommittee or working group, which is basically the one that is advocating for new policies, for designing plans to be approved by the government's body and then provided to or to the high levels in the high-level government authorities for execution and so on. And you have the budget and financing subcommittee that looks into what's the budget, what's the resources that we need to actually execute the plans and the decision-making, the decisions that the government's body make. So this is a different governance body at the ones I showed before, different model. There are about 6 or 7 models in the document. That's kind of examples that you find, but you can make your own model for your own country, tailored to your own needs, to the organizations that you have, to the government institutions that you have, and also to the goals and objectives that as a country you are included in your telecommunication emergency plan for the future. So that's the key there. Final 2, I would say, principles to improve the effectiveness of a government model. You have to follow and have the mechanisms to measure the outcomes that you produce within the governance model, within the governance body. And those are made to actually identify challenges that you might have or things that you can improve and find solutions to that. So it's always good to have measurable outcomes, be able to quantify whether the decisions or the plans or the executions, the recommendations are being made. And if you have any challenges on those, well, find the ways to overcome and solve those challenges in the future. The final bullet that I have here to improve effective governance is coordination across different agencies to share best practices, align policies, and adopt standards to improve effectiveness is key. And as I said, the governance body should be composed of all these different agencies and different organizations. And it's key for those to begin to talk, to begin to have discussions among them, share best practices, align their policies, and have a common goal and plan and direction of action into the future. Many cases, it's incredible that different first responder organizations, they just don't talk to each other. And they even don't talk to each other, and they don't have equipment that it's interoperable in between each other. So it's important that they begin to talk and decide how to come up with different solutions, technical solutions that allow them to have cross communications between them. So in conclusion, I just took this paragraph from the document that I would like to read here. Engaged and effective governance is pivotal to operable, interoperable, and continuity of emergency communications. Robust governance establishes and maintains a central coordination point for efforts across the broad spectrum of public safety partners and the whole community, as well as helps to address challenges in a unified manner. So that's kind of the main goal that we have here for a governance body that should be, as I mentioned before, be built, including all stakeholders in the disaster risk management community related to the telecommunications sector. So with that, I think that I conclude my presentation. So thank you so much. If they have any questions they have.
We are now inviting questions. Questions to the ITU consultant. When you want to ask, okay, the Zambia?
I'm Njina Msonda from Zambia. I want to find out, I've seen on your presentation, you've indicated the governance body. How do you come up with a governance body? And do you have to have a regulation? From your experience, the governance aspect, how have you been arriving at the governance body?
How do you what? I'm sorry.
Arriving at a governance board, how do you come up with a governance body? Has it got to do with a regulation that you come up with, or is that how the country is organized?
Okay, good question. Yeah, how do you build a governance body? Well, you have to have leadership within the government, or who is, what entity of the government is going to lead this governance body. Which, as we are here, related to communications, maybe the ministry or the regulator should lead, and just bring together all the entities, first responders that are related to, in this case, communications or the communication sector, or that need telecommunications as a whole to respond to the emergency, and that have networks that are used for emergency telecommunications, and you bring the firefighters, police officers, defense, and so on, that use communications as a whole, and form the governance body with each of these organizations to discuss precisely what are the different, common topics that could be shared between them, and that you can have, to some extent, economies of scale and use equipment that is interoperable between these different agencies. So it's you need leadership there from somebody in the central government that knows all these entities, all these organizations, and that has the ability to bring them together. Also, you need to have support, I would say, to be able to enforce whatever the governance body decides. You need to have some kind of legal support there, whether it's through legislation, maybe regulation, resolutions, decrees or so from the specific ministry or the government that creates that governance body with the different members and creates clearly what the functions are and what decisions can they make and enforce to the future. So it's kind of different lines you have to work on. Leadership, build the norm or the regulatory framework that would allow you to be to have decision-making capabilities and enforcement into whatever the governance body decides. Because if you don't have that, well, whatever you decide there will not be enforceable, will not be having any impact. So you have to have legal, all that in place to be able. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Tanzania, are you ready?
Hello, good morning.
Before Tanzania gives his presentation, do we have another country who wants to give examples of key steps for effective governance of any NETP? Do you have any other country? Fine. So I'll let Tanzania go ahead.
Good morning, Chair. I'm also part of the presenters there.
Lesotho, go ahead.
Unless if I didn't get what we were saying, but I'm also part of the presenter there. Yes, yes.
Good morning. My name is Philemon Machaina from Ministry of Information, Communication and Information Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania. You may be aware that my colleagues presented here the NETP process and how we have gone through that. And during the presentation, he mentioned that we are just collaborating with a lot of stakeholders, and we have established a database for those stakeholders so that it can be easy to contact them when there is a disaster or when there is a strike. But I wanted to share one thing with you in terms of governance. As in Tanzania, all issue of disasters are being addressed by the Prime Minister Office, Disaster Department, where when there is a strike, for example, there is flooding and sort of that, the meteorological agency, which is a key stakeholder to disasters, do notify the minister, Prime Minister, and then the Prime Minister announced that there is a strike somewhere. Then all these stakeholders come to undertake all possible solution that is being needed on that strike that has been happened. And on this, as Telecom, we used to assist to broadcast informations to citizens and all people who are concerned through special numbers that has been set, and all MNOs are being directed to broadcast SMS to all people who has been faced with the strikes and other disaster that has been happening. And this is well coordinated because it is there is a guidelines and there is a act that guides this disaster management, where there is nobody who is allowed to declare a disaster except the Prime Minister Office. Then through this, coordination is being done, but we have seen that as one of the countries shared yesterday here, that when a strike comes, there is a lot of stakeholders, NGOs coming in during that strike. But before, they have not set a mitigation or other issue or other strategy that can risk that disaster, or in case of disaster, who is the first responder, who should respond to this, and sort of that. In this case, in Tanzania, we have the Prime Minister Office who are being the forefront of the all disasters that have been happening, and we as a communication sector, being enabler of everything, we used to broadcast those SMS. We used to use television, radios, and all means of communication to make sure that people are being reached with this. We are going to make it in writings that the governance, how the governance should be, as we have seen ITU presenting there, the structures and sort of that. And then next time we'll have this governance in place. Thank you very much for your time. Unless there is a question, maybe.
Maybe we'll ask questions after Lesotho has done his presentation. Lesotho, you may come.
Good morning, good morning. Can I have my presentation here? Thank you so much. My name is Khiba Masiu. I'm from Lesotho, from the Ministry of Information, Communication, Science and Technology and Innovation. I'm presenting in regard to Section 4, where it's about the National Emergency Telecommunication Plan. My slides will be as follows. This is the outline of my presentation. Let me go to the next one. Yes. Under the Prime Minister's office, there is an authority which has been established. It has been established under the Disaster Management Act of 1997, and this office is called the Disaster Management Authority. It's a primary government body responsible for coordinating disaster risk reduction efforts, preparedness, response, and recovery. This office works closely with the local authorities, NGOs, and international organizations to develop and implement disaster risk management strategies. Apart from that, there is another plan of which this office has been developed, which is called the National Disaster Management Plan. The plan outlines the country's approach to manage disaster risk, and further to that, it also includes the provision for condition at the national and district level. The plan emphasizes the need for the preparedness, early warning system, and post-disaster recovery. And going further, maybe regarding the legal and regulatory framework, what I can, as I have mentioned, that we have what we call the Disaster Management Authority. Lesotho legal framework for disaster risk management has been developed to ensure comprehensive coverage for disaster risk. The Disaster Management Act of 1997 and subsequent policy documents focus on risk reduction, preparedness, and also responses. The policy that we have already done, or this office has also already embarked on, is that we have policies and plans. We have what we call the National Drought Contingency Plan of 2018 to 2019. Apart from that, we have business continue to plan, and furthermore, we have national disaster risk reduction policy, and also we have Lesotho National Strategic Resilient Framework. Lastly, we have National Climate Changes Policy. These are the policies that have been initiated by this authority. In the recent years, we have made an effort to align its disaster management strategy with the international frameworks, such as Daay framework for disaster risk reduction, which emphasize reducing risk and building resilience. The next slide. Now, the role of our ministry, which is Ministry of Information, Communication, Science, Technology and Innovation. Let me do this, sorry for this. The role, Ministry of Information, Communication, Science, Technology and Innovation is responsible for overseeing the telecommunication, broadcasting, postal services and information technology. The ministry, which is our ministry, play a critical role in managing emergency telecommunication, which are essential for effective disaster response and coordinating during the crisis. Some of the roles including that we are in charge of developing policy and regulatory framework. We are also in charge of having what we call the emergency telecommunication condition. In the disaster situation, the ministry coordinates with the Disaster Management Authority to ensure that the critical communication line remain operational. We are also in charge of making sure that we collaborate with telecom providers. So far we have 2 telecom providers, which are Econet and Vodacom. We have to ensure that ICT infrastructure are resilient. We also in charge of making sure that we disseminate information during the emergency. This has been done, it's either by using social medias, using SMS, even using our groundwork at the district level. We have some people under Disaster Management Authority who are based in the different districts, by making sure that they also disseminate information, and also using the radios and the televisions. The next slide, please. We also have what I can call the National Regulatory Authority, and it is called Lesotho Communication Authority, which also I can mention that it's playing a critical role in ensuring that the country telecommunication infrastructure is capable of supporting emergency response efforts. This is done through the regulation, spectrum management, public-private partnership, and promoting technological advancement, and which means the LCA helps to create a resilient communication network that remain operational during the disaster. And furthermore, in collaboration with the key actors like our ministry and also the Disaster Management Authority, our IS telecom providers, our international organization, the LCA ensure that the Lesotho Emergency Telecommunication Framework is robust and effective, which means enabling quick response and the dissemination of vital information during the crisis. And the role of our National Regulatory Authority, which is Lesotho Communication Authority, well, there was a list of questions that I have been asked here. The first one was, are the regulatory provision established for emergency telecommunication. We have managed to set up what we call the emergency communication network. In short, I can say that I think 5 years back, the government of Lesotho, we managed to formulate what we call this risk management cluster, which is made up of the different organizations like the Ministry of Communication, Lesotho Communication Authority, Disaster Management Authority, the service provider, and other relevant bodies. So we have that kind of collaboration. We also, I can say that we also offered some temporary license for telecommunication services, especially during the when there is this kind of disaster crisis happens. There is also allocation for spectrum, temporary spectrum license frequency. This is normally offered to the police, fire services, medical services, and disaster management authority. This is offered during the emergency crisis. Whether we prioritize calls routing, there is that allowance, but I haven't remember that we have to offer, but there's that kind of capability that we can, it can be offered by our telecom providers. 3 digital emergency numbers. We also have those kind of 3 digital numbers. We have 112 for mobile network emergency. We have 121 for fire services. We have 123 for police services. And at the moment now, we have what we call, we are in the process of finalizing. In fact, there was a standard operating procedures which has been done long time ago, of which there is a need to review them. Like I mentioned that we have some plan, national contingency plan. We have that contingency plan. And also, there is a system that we have a early warning system of which it was donated by one of the is it World Food Program. They did help us with that kind of system. Although having gone through this model, we have noted that we still need to upgrade it in order to make sure that it meets the requirement. Going further, I would say that, like I mentioned, that we have a national cluster which deals with the emergency crisis. We have a disaster management authority, our Ministry of Communication, Lesotho Communication Authority, telecom operators, Lesotho Meteorological Services, and also humanitarian organizations such as international organizations and NGOs. We normally meet. We used to meet quarterly, but I would say that nowadays we meet when there's. We used to have ad hoc meeting, especially when there's this kind of crisis. Like 3-4 weeks ago, there was this snow crisis in our mountains. Most of the people were stuck there. Even some of the students who happened to went in the mountain were stuck through the snow. So the cluster had to be called immediately to make a decision on how to make sure that we help those people who are stuck. In terms of the roles of that cluster, it's mainly we are yet to finalize the roles of that. We have that, but in short, I would say that the recommendation was that because it was done long time ago. There is a need to make sure that we make sure that we improve those roles and responsibility. Especially our government nowadays is on the edge of talking about the digital transformation. So we have to review it. I think around December we are going to have a validation workshop whereby we are going to try to refine the role and responsibility of this kind of cluster. I think my conclusion is that I think we'll need more support, especially from our Sadc Secretariat. I know that they can be able to assist these member states. I don't know how, but they should, Sadc Secretariat should enforce the establishment of the regional emergency telecommunication cluster steering committee, which might be consist of maybe among these 14 countries, maybe that is our suggestion, that maybe can elect a steering committee of 4 or 5 countries for a period of time, maybe to lead that monitoring. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lesotho. I now call upon Mr. Samuel to give us an overview of the Sadc Humanitarian and Emergency Operations Center. Is online.
Zoom screen, please.
Now you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much.
Zoom screen, please. Zoom screen.
My presentation.
Samuel, please introduce yourself.
Can you see my presentation?
Oh, we can.
Hello?
We can't see it. Should I share it from this side?
I think so. Maybe you can share it from that side. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Thank you very much. Also, protocols observed. I'm going to present about the early emergency telecommunication and early warning in the Sadc region, the role of Sadc humanitarian and emergency operation. Hello?
Proceed.
Yeah, can you go to the next slide? Yes, my name is Samuel Komba and I'm based here in Nakala, Mozambique. And the building that you can see there is the Shock building, which is very close to the airport, almost 500 meters from the airport. We can move on to the next slide. My presentation will take this outline. I'll start with the objective, move to the function, and the operation of the shock, and then I'll also touch on the situation room and early warning, and then I'll go to Sadc, ERT, and NETP, and then I'll make a request, and then I'll conclude my presentation. First of all, let me say that I'll send my apologies for failing to come to Malawi with other commitments, but nonetheless, I'll continue my presentation. The objective of shock is to coordinate humanitarian and emergency operation support to member states affected by disaster in the region, thereby contributing to the disaster risk reduction and resilience. So the main role of shock here, we have got two, which is the humanitarian and emergency support. So when we talk about humanitarian, we are looking at when member state request for support in terms of maybe food relief or other things. And emergency support is whereby a member state make a request whereby they need the shock to support them when they are faced with disaster. So the shock is established as an autonomous and self-accounting organization of the Sadc, and it has the following governance structure, which is the first one is the Committee of Ministers responsible for disaster risk management, and the second body is the governing body, and then the shock secretariat. The shock secretariat will be responsible for the day-to-day operation of the shock, and if there's anything that will be required, it will send its request to the governing body, and when the governing body approves, then it will also send it to finalization by the Committee of Ministers responsible for disaster. We can move on to the next slide. So the shock have got about 12 functions, but for this workshop, I've picked only 4 that are relevant to this workshop. The first one is to provide technical support to member states and other regional and international stakeholders toward improved coordination of disaster risk management in the Sadc region. And the second one, which is our function, to facilitate the formulation and update of the standard operating procedure, reporting template, and related tools to ensure coordination of disaster risk management mechanism. And the third one, to establish and effectively manage information management on disaster risk management, that is establishing the loss and damage database. And the last function that I've picked is to deploy where appropriate regional capacity of the ERT and standby force to assist humanitarian and emergency support in line with the disaster risk management coordination. So those are the functions that shock will be looking at in terms of relating to emergency operation and disaster related activities. You can move on, boss. So in terms of operation of the shock, I've picked 3 points. The first one is that we are currently developing the shock strategy. This strategy is expected to give shock the vision, the value, the structure, the mandate, as well as the logo. And then secondly, we are also busy trying to developing system for the shock. Currently, we'll talk about the ERT system and the supply chain, which are already on the way. And then we are also looking at the partnering with the schema for my EW4ALL system. And the last point that I want to talk on that screen is that the establishment of the situation room. So far, we are working with the IFRC and schema, and our expectation that the situation room will be ready in November 2024. and it will be linked to member states using emergency telecommunication system. It will be ready to deploy ERT system. The supply chain will also be ready to be deployed by November 2024. Next. These are the common disasters in the Sadc region. We have got flood, cyclone, lightning, volcanic eruption, landscape infectious, insect infections, fire, forest, and drought. Move next. Yeah, this is the situation room. This is how our situation room is going to be. The layout looks like. The small rectangle, the first one on the right, that is the office of the coordinator who will be responsible for the situation room. And then the next one is the meeting room, where if there's any discussion that need to be discussed, people can convene in the meeting room, and then they look at the screen. There's a video panel there in front that you can see, so people can sit there and discuss, and then maybe conclude on anything that is developing. And the next one is the situation room. Our initial plan is that we are going to have 4 officers manning the situation room, and we are going to have 3 panels. And the situation room will also be connected to the Sadc Climate Services, and also connected to the Sadc Disaster Risk Management Information System. And also we want to ensure that the SHOP is connected to Emergency Telecommunications System and other ICP, including WHO. Next. So the SHOP together will be working together with the Climate Services and ITU to support member states during disasters. And also the SHOP will not be working alone. It will be in partnership with other REC, such as African Union, Disaster Operations Center, AC ACMAD, and other regional within the continent. Next. Like I said, that we want our situation room to be ready by November 2024 this year. So one of the systems that we'll be using in our situation room is my website platform, which will be used to provide early warnings for potential disaster, especially related to weather and natural disaster. And the idea here is that for early warning, we want to ensure that we have got the right information and transmit the right information to the right people at the right time. On that, we will be able to save lives. And on the right, this is one of the products that will be coming from our situation room. The situation room must be able to release advisory notes to member states to make them aware of any hazard that is approaching, so that they can prepare in advance. Next. Yeah, in terms of regional and national ETP, we know that, or we hope, or this is our proposal, that the national NETP will be at the national level at the member states, and as the SHOP, which is our proposal, the regional ETP will be managed by the SHOP in order to support the deployment of the ERT, support the deployment of humanitarian activity, to support shock failover activities. So this is what we are proposing, that the national NETP must be managed by member states, and then SHOP must manage the regional NETP. Next. In terms of support, we have put two requests there. The first one is regional emergency telecommunication support, and then the second one is the multi-hazard early warning and advisory support. On the first one, we are looking at emergency communication equipment, which currently we don't have, but we have managed to procure very small equipment, but we need to ensure that our ERP team is fully equipped. So we are looking for support in telecommunication equipment. We are also looking for support in capacity building and developing emergency communication plan. On the multi-hazard early warning and advisory support, we are looking at for support in this area, capacity building, early warning technologies, and advisory service and risk communication. Next. As I conclude, SHOC is communicated to strengthening regional resilience through enhanced emergency response capabilities. As SHOC, we want to ensure that we achieve these 4 points here. The first one is to bolster regional emergency communication, ensure a multi-hazard early warning system, build across the region, and foster collaboration with partnership. By doing this, the SHOC will continue to play a pivotal role in safeguarding the life and minimizing the impact of disaster across the Sadc region. Next. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, obrigado, merci, become. Thank you, sir.
You can ask questions for the presentations which you have heard. And when you want to ask questions, just raise up your name so that we see which country, which state. Thank you. If there are no questions, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Samuel. We are breaking for tea and we come back at 10:40.
Just turn up the radio. Come on. You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV, everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. A for Angola, Ola Iamo Angola, the home of the diamond and oil. B for Botswana. Blessed be this noble land of diamond and beef. They have the best national parks, wildlife, swamps, sand dunes. Try the tourism. Pula, let there
You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery, and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org. what if there is no way to make calls, no way to check online, no way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org. Right now, what do? You call. right now. What do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery, and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org. strikes right now. What do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery, and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org. strikes right now. What do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery, and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org.
Good morning once again. After our tea break, I'm now inviting Mr. Yuan to come and give us EW4ALL initiative background.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. So hello, everybody, again, for the second time. I think I have another presentation today, so we're going to get used to see me up here today. So right now we're going to present Early Warning for All, the initiative that has been proposed and done by the United Nations and different organizations within the United Nations to be able to cover everybody with an early warning system worldwide. So, a little bit of a background here. Back in 2022, in March 22, the UN kind of set a target that by 2027, everybody on Earth should be covered by an early warning system to be able to have alerts and warnings related to emergencies and hazards and overall disasters that may come. They're working on this with 4 pillars that you can see there in the screen. We're going to see much more detailed information about those 4 pillars in the following slides. So first of all, let me give some kind of a background on the fact that investment or investing in early warning systems actually provides you huge returns. It's better to have early warning systems out there that, even though they are not cheap, or some of them are not cheap, will anyway provide you some return on that invest that you make. The World Bank, for example, has estimated that implementing early warning systems will reduce the annual asset loss in about $13 billion. The WFP and the ATC, the Emergency Telecommunication Cluster, that have made some analysis as well, has found that for every dollar you invest in resources for early warning systems, you get in return 3 times the value of the original investment. So that means that there's a way benefit on this, that if you compare the investment you have to make and the return, there's a positive balance there that it outweighs whatever investment is needed. The Global Commission on Adaptation has found also that, if you are available to send warnings 24 hours in advance of any of the hazards, a storm or a heat wave, it can reduce the potential damage by 30%. So we're talking about here that, investments on early warning systems are key, that they help out not only having a return on that, a positive return, but it also helps saving lives, which is key as well. There are 4 pillars for early warning systems that I think you have seen before. The 4 pillars are disaster risk knowledge, pillar number 1, detection, observation, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting of hazards, pillar number 2, warning, dissemination, and communication, pillar number 3, and the 4th pillar, preparedness and response capabilities. Each one of these 4 pillars has an agency within the UN or in partnership with other agencies that is responsible for this. For example, the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Agency is responsible of pillar number 1. The World Meteorological Organization is responsible for pillar number 2. The ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, is for pillar number 3, and finally the Red Cross, it's the leadership on pillar number 4. So on pillar number 1, we have that the idea is that UNDRR will help out on systematically collecting data and undertaking risk assessment, and will support countries achieving the minimum risk data and capacity for risk knowledge. Basically, the idea here is to enhance the capability of each country to have knowledge about the risks they face, the hazards they face. Having that knowledge is key, based on data, based on information or any other tools that could help you them collect that data and be more knowledgeable about the risks they face. On pillar number 2, the WMO also supports countries on enhancing hazard detection capacity, closing observing gaps, and enhancing the existing framework and the capabilities of global data processing, forecasting, and analysis systems. So somehow also in this pillar number 2, the WMO provides assistance on how to detect hazards, how to do observations, and how to monitor any kind of risks the country faces, right? And what are the tools that could be used for that? On the third pillar, the ITU, which is the one we have been talking about on this workshop mainly, on warning, disseminations, and communications. The ITU is working to support countries to disseminate alerts via a multiple channel approach, right? Having all the networks available in your country or within the countries to be able to send alerts and warnings to the population. In particular, leveraging in those digital channels such as mobile networks. We will see why in the following slides. At the same time, this pillar highlights that alert messages should be consistent, understandable, and actionable, taking into consideration the need of vulnerable populations. Okay. On pillar number 4, the IFRC is working with the countries to enhance governance, local capacity, and financing to ensure first responders act quickly and effectively based on the alerts. Okay, so that's in a nutshell, in summary, the 4 pillars that different agencies from the UN and external to the UN are working for to have early warning systems for all by 2027. And each of those agencies has different action items and different programs and assistance to the countries that could be helpful to achieve that goal. Now, related to pillar number 3, warning, dissemination, and communication, this is kind of the main challenge. Let's say that a study was made with several countries, around 15 countries a while ago, from Africa and the Caribbean. And they mentioned that communication and dissemination is the highest challenge they have to implement the early warning system, above the other ones, like coordination at national level, expertise, and so on, even funding. So it's key in this sense that we work a lot on warning and dissemination and how to get those, or how to use telecommunication networks to put those alerts and warnings out there for the people. At the ITU, we promote a multi-channel approach for warning and dissemination, which means that we make use of any of those channels available out there to provide messages and alerts to the communities, whether we have satellite, broadcasting radio, television, sirens, cell broadcast or text message, SMS, webs and social media, and so on. Having the more channels we have to transmit alerts and warnings, the more likely it is that people will receive those alerts in timely fashion, and it will be much more effective, right? We also need to include there the communities that are at risk and their different needs and vulnerabilities to be able to send those warnings and reach all the people. We also need to involve the communities and get their trust, make sure that they understand how the early warning system works, not from a technical perspective. I don't believe that, for example, for a cell broadcast system or a broadcasting radio or television, they need to know the details, the technical details on how it works. But they do need to know is how they will receive the message, when, under what circumstances, and what to do when receiving that message, how to read those messages, so that they can take action, quickly as possible, and avoid any circumstances of risk. Those messages should be understandable, so working with the communities to make clear that when they receive those messages, they are knowing what the message entails and what needs to be done. So this is kind of what we have on the policies of people-centered approach. Use that community-based infrastructure and locally led feedback mechanisms to ensure that messages are understandable and actionable for the people. We will talk about CAP later on the day, so I'm not going to extend on this. There's an expert who will be giving a CAP introduction on how it works, Common Alerting Protocol. Just to mention a couple slides here that it is an international standard, a format for emergency alerting, that it allows you to send alerts very efficiently and effectively, clearly saying what is the hazard that you are facing, the description of what needs to be done, the location of where the alert should be sent, and more additional information that it's key to actually work together or avoid hazards and make the right decisions. We like this CAP protocol because it's free, it's open source, and also because it's designed for multiple types of hazards, it's multi-hazard, and also for multiple channels of communication. If you have a CAP alert, that CAP alert could be sent through any of the networks available for it. The same CAP alert could be used for a broadcasting TV or radio alert, and the same CAP alert could be used for cell broadcast, text messages, and so on. So it's a multiple channel communication type of standard. There are several, I would say, benefits of using CAP. Again, I'm going to go rather quickly through this. You will have an expert talking about this on the afternoon. It's interoperable among different kinds of emergency information systems, as I said, multi-channel. Its completeness should provide the elements of an effective public warning message. The different sections or the format of CAPs allows you to have the key information that you need to actually take decisions. It's simple to implement. It has an XML, which means that it could be machine readable, and it could be also human readable. It's very easy to read a CAP message in the structure it has. It's multi-use format. One message scheme can support multiple types and applications, as I mentioned before, and so on. So there are a lot of advantages of having CAP out there, and I think that currently most of the disaster management agencies also know what CAP is and actually use CAP in their messages. Artificial intelligence, AI, is kind of the thing right now. It's very in word of many people and with a lot of applications in all kinds of sectors and economies. And early warning systems are not the exception. You can use, or we are looking also into having early warning systems with artificial intelligence, AI, in each of the 4 pillars. And there are some examples here that I'm not going to go through each one of them, but just to let you know that the ITU is also working on that, at least on warning dissemination and communication, using AI to develop client profiles and scale disseminations in a timely manner that could be used. So there are a lot of opportunities out there for AI to be used for early warning systems. A lot of research and investigation is currently on the way, and it might be that in the near future we can also enhance those early warning systems with the use of artificial intelligence. Now, even though the ITU, we promote a multi-channel approach to early warning systems, which means that all networks that are available should be used when needed to send alerts and warning messages. Mobile networks are key, and we advocate for using those mobile networks as the primary mean to send alert and messages. It doesn't mean that the other ones shouldn't be used. It means that we give priority right now to mobile networks, but in parallel or in the near future, we need to add to the early warning system integration the other means of communication, or use the other means of communication as well as it's being used today. And why do we do that for mobile? 95% of the population right now in the world is covered with a mobile network. The industry, mobile industry, has spent billions on rolling out the networks worldwide, and there are huge opportunities out there to use those networks for early warning and alerts. Population covered by mobile networks for different technologies is also high. 4G is near 90%. In Africa, we have 4G, 3G, and even 2G still working, but I believe the coverage, if we combine all those technologies, is also high. 4 out of 5 people in the world own a mobile phone. It's not only that they are covered by a mobile network, but they also own a mobile phone. And the fact that you have a mobile phone means that we can get messages and alerts directly to your mobile phone. It's of personal use, and clearly the likelihood that you will be able to read that message is very high. That's different from other means of communication in which, for example, for radio, broadcasting radio, if you are not listening to radio, well, you will not receive the message. If you are not seeing the TV set or any program, you will not receive the message. If you are not near the sirens, you will not hear the message. If you are not looking into your social media applications, you will not read the messages. But if you receive the message in your phone with a specific ringtone, a specific vibration mode, the likelihood that you will actually read the message is very high. So that's one of the key reasons why mobile networks are important for early warning systems. In other words, mobile networks are a powerful communication channel to alert the people. Worldwide, we have seen that the two main technologies used for mobile networks to send messages, which are self-broadcast and location-based SMS, have been deployed. In the EU, for example, recently, and I say recently because in other places it has been used for more than a decade now. In the EU in 2018, the Electronic Communication Code established that every country should have a mobile network-based early warning system in place. I will show the regulation in the following slide. That's the reason you see that the EU is basically all covered by one of the mobile networks, by one of the solutions for early warning systems on mobile networks. Reason being that they require that by regulation in 2018 and set the deadline by 2022. The US and Canada have been using cell broadcast for more than a decade now. Even Chile and South America, they had to roll out cell broadcast in 2012 after they have a huge earthquake in 2010 that collapsed all networks and had a lot of lives, casualties, unfortunately, in that time. So they decided to build out and roll out in 2012 cell broadcast. Chile is a good example for that, given that one, it's a developing country. Two, it's prone to earthquakes and tsunamis, which are two of the highest hazards that you have very short time to react to that, both being of moving of land, in sea and in land. And they roll out in 2012. That system has been there for more than 10 years now. Other countries had followed, and Mauritius, I'm kind of very, very happy that Mauritius in Africa is also looking to the same path, and I invite all other countries to do as well. This is the regulatory framework in the EU that actually requires that all countries have a mobile network-based early warning system by 2022, whether it's location-based or whether it's cell broadcast. Those two have different, I would say, advantages and disadvantages. In my view, in my personal view, as an expert, I will believe that a cell broadcast system has more advantages than a location-based SMS, and that cell broadcast should be, in that case, prioritized. Although some countries develop both of them, I believe that cell broadcast should be, at least to begin with, the main way to send messages. Both of them have geolocated messages, or the possibility of sending geolocated messages to risk areas. Both of them are compatible with 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G technologies. Cell broadcast doesn't have congestion issues. Think about that. Cell broadcast uses a different channel from location-based SMS. If you have location-based SMS that uses the same channel that normal text messages use, if you're in a earthquake kind of situation of a tsunami or something like that, and a lot of people begin to send text messages, and you as a government also are sending alerts and warnings through text messages, chances are that you will have network congestion, and it could be that text messages don't go through as fast as you wish and could take several minutes or even hours. Cell broadcast doesn't need any subscription. Any device will receive it. Both of them support multi-language alerts. Cell broadcast is a blind technology, which means it's not a two-way communication. It's only one-way communication, point to multi-point communication. Whereas location-based is a two-way communication. This is kind of in a nutshell. I think together, today in the afternoon, later in the afternoon, we will have a much more detailed presentation on cell broadcast that I will be providing, and location-based SMS, and that will be much more kind of, we will go through this in much more detail in the afternoon. So, having said that, I think that's my early warning for all presentation, kind of in a nutshell showing what the 4 pillars are, the different organizations that are currently working in those 4 pillars, and what the ITU is doing actually in pillar number 3 related to dissemination and warnings to the communities and to the people at risk. So thank you very much, and I hope it has been useful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now we'll take questions and comments, contributions to his presentation. Yes, Congo. Quiet. DRC first, and then Tanzania.
It's not red. Microphone is not
Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. J'ai des petites questions. En ce qui concerne les systèmes d'alerte précoce, cela nécessite en premier lieu beaucoup d'aléas, entre autres les problèmes de couverture, les problèmes par exemple d'accessibilité à l'électricité. Nous avons par exemple chez nous les peuples autochtones qui vivent dans les régions isolées, qui sont souvent victimes de catastrophes, par exemple des feux de forêt et consorts. Et l'accessibilité, soit au niveau des réseaux mobiles ou de la radiodiffusion, pose des problèmes. Je voudrais avoir votre expérience là-dessus, dans ces cas-là. Par exemple, en ce qui concerne la RDC, nous avons une couverture de presque 60%. Donc, à peu près 59 millions de Congolais ont accès à la téléphonie mobile, ce qui prouve qu'il y a une marge à couvrir qui est importante dans les zones blanches. Et ça pose d'énormes problèmes à ce qui concerne cette diversité où des peuples entiers vivent là-dedans. Comment, par votre expérience, vous pouvez nous aider à atteindre ces gens là-bas et parler un peu comment on peut les sauver en cas, n'est-ce pas, de catastrophe. Deuxième préoccupation, à ce qui concerne les zones sinistrées. Comme vous savez, les zones sinistrées, par exemple les cas d'inondation, la plupart des gens qui habitent là, ce sont des gens qui ont bâti leur vie dans ces zones-là. Donc, il ne suffit pas, en cas de catastrophe, vous les prenez, vous les balancez comme par exemple des meubles ou bien des baies, ce sont des gens qui ont bâti leur vie là-bas. Donc, par votre expérience, comment la communication peut arriver à les convaincre? Parce que la plupart des cas, ils sont un peu réticents. Ils sont réticents pourquoi? Parce qu'ils doivent quitter la zone où ils ont bâti leur vie pour aller dans une autre zone incertaine pour leur avenir. Par votre expérience, comment vous pouvez nous aider à comprendre cette pédagogie-là, à discuter avec ces communautés sinistrées qui habitent dans ces zones à risque et qui ont difficile à quitter ces zones-là, qui ont vraiment difficile à quitter ces zones-là. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. I'm going to address the first question first. And yes, I understand that in many countries, mobile networks don't have, cover all the settlements, all the places where populations live. And that's an issue. Most of the time, they don't cover exactly those places where small settlements in rural areas are living near rivers or flood-prone regions. And of course, if that's the case, it's a very high chance that mobile networks will not be able to provide early warnings there. Now, two things about that. The first one is that, of course, you have alternatives to implement early warning systems locally with sensors within the river line, with connectivity between the sensor and the sirens that you can locate locally and warn the people. There are some examples of that. I think I'm going to show a couple examples of that on the afternoon. And provide early warning alerts in that way to those locations while working in parallel to be able to cover or increase coverage of mobile networks across the country. That's one of the solutions that could be made there. I mean, you have to have different approaches to different situations. I agree on that. The fact that we actually are moving on with mobile networks is because even though there are some gaps in coverage, still mobile networks cover the greatest amount of population within the countries, and therefore it will have the highest impact. But that doesn't mean that you have to concentrate all your efforts on that. I also understand the situation you have mentioned, and for that you have to have specific solutions and also work on those solutions to get to that people and communities. In the long run, I hope that with universal services funds or with other kind of public-private partnerships or with the deployment and increase of coverage of mobile networks, those communities will also be covered and they could take advantage of early warning systems that are related to mobile networks. With respect to your second questions on how to convey messages to the people that need to be moved or relocated to other places, given that they faced high likelihood of hazards and disasters where they currently are. Well, that's not my area of expertise, to be honest. But I do believe that in my home country, it happens the same. People don't like to move away from there, been living for decades. And they face new hazards with climate change, and they still are reluctant to live. We work on that, with programs, with communication programs. We work with examples of what has happened before, that they have been hit very hardly from floods, and that they wouldn't want to repeat that. And at least what I know from the government, that my home country, they also try to help out with new settlements, providing in those new settlements the basics for living, right? Public utilities, housing, and all that, to make that to kind of have an additional incentive for those people to actually move. But that, I know, is hard. It needs budget from the government, and it's not a solution that could be done from one day to another. It takes time. But again, I'm not the expert, and I will leave that to the expert if you can talk to them. I think that those were the two questions you actually raised, and I hope I have answered them and fulfilled your goals.
Tanzania.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I was trying to ask the presenter that I would like to share that last few days we had a presentation from ITU organized by African Telecommunications Union, and it indicated that in Africa there is no country that has been covered with early warning signs. I was just trying to ask how ITU is just planning to make sure that Africa is covered with these early warning signs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the question was for ITU in relation to what we are planning to ensure countries in Africa have an early warning system. Did I get your question correctly?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Yes, I could just say, as Juan has indicated, the first place that we want to start is raising awareness first and foremost, and I'm very happy that Tanzania has noted that very important point that was raised in the meeting with the AU, or in the webinar that was run in consultation with, with AU. And awarenesses continue to be raised. Secondly, it's the interventions like the one that we are having today, where we are coming together through the coordination of the Sadc Secretariat to see where we are as regions. First at the Africa level, but secondly also at sub-regional level. So in the Southern Africa region, we are here today to do part of that, because the objective of this event is that we end the 3 days with some sense of where each of our countries are. Because while the statement is generic, that we don't have early warning systems in Africa, we know for certain that countries are at different levels in terms of effort towards ensuring that they have early warning systems. So it is important for us to do an assessment, and we are doing this in this workshop to try and see where Southern Africa is, and then we come down to the country level to then try and map appropriate support and advice to be provided to countries based on each country's situation. One of them being the development of the National Emergency Telecommunications Plan and the assessments of early warning system situations in each of our respective countries. So it's an ongoing effort. It has started, and I'm glad you are raising it, because it also helps us to put into perspective the importance of being in the room throughout the 3 days to have to be able to help the region come to a point where we can be certain, or at least have some initial indications of where we are as a region in relation to the implementation of national telecommunications plans, as well as work towards having early warning systems in our countries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Halima, and thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to get back to the question raised by DRC. You know, early warning itself needs other bits and pieces. In one of the slides of one, stated that 4 people out of 5 have a mobile phone. 4 people out of 5. So I will allow my colleague Chisepo Nongo to share with you the Sadc ICT Observatory. I think this is a perfect opportunity for you to see how you can get up-to-date data on your country and see where you are. Because for early warning to be delivered, we need people to be connected. We need people with mobile phones, and even better if they have internet access. Mr. Lungu, please share the ICT Observatory in Zoom. So you will see there's a dashboard on the very top. See, there's a dashboard on the very top, and it says Sadc has 90.9% mobile penetration. That's the average. And how we compute the average, we take the total number of subscribers of mobile divided by the total population. Okay? Look at the coverage for 3G. It's at 86.4%. Okay? Now, I will get Mr. Lungu to do a query for DRC. Let's do a query for DRC for mobile penetration, mobile coverage, and mobile 3G coverage. And let's look at data for 2023. The reason why I'm saying this is that we should strive, both ministry and regulator, we should strive to get everybody connected online, well, have a mobile phone and connected. That is the only way that we can fulfill the early warning for all initiative. Because the early warning for all initiative says is a delivery of messages to our people using mobile telephone, right? Obviously, this complements the traditional way of radio and TV. Chichepo, have you showed that the data for DRC? Okay,
thank you very much. So this is the ICT Observatory, and if you want to access it, you have to go to the link ictobservatory.sadc.int. You land on this page. There are different indicators which we track. Just to give you an overview. But for you to do a specific query, you have to click on query data. It's here in the top right corner. So if we query for DRC, this is how you would do a query. You have to specify the indicator you're interested in. So I've selected 3 indicators: mobile cellular per 100, percentage population covered by mobile cellular phone, and then percentage of population covered by at least 3G mobile. You can choose a country here, member states, DRC. You can add other countries if you're interested to, but I'm only interested in DRC, so I'll delete Botswana. We've been using it for 3 years, so we're only tracking 2023. And then once you're done, you can click on load data. And then it will give you the data which we have for DRC. Unfortunately, for these particular indicators, we only have 2023, but this is what the data provided by DRC for these 3 indicators is. So that would be how you would be able to do a query for DRC. If you want to check for another country, you can load it as well. Then it will give you for DRC and Botswana, for example. So just to highlight how you can get different information, you can actually download it as well. If you see there is export to CSV or Excel. Yeah, at the top here there is CSV, Excel, so you can download it and it will open in Excel. Then I also wanted to take this opportunity to show you how to access documents for the workshop. We've already posted the link on Zoom. It's also in the concept note. If you received the concept note we've been sharing, there's a point, or there's a section called documents. So there's a link and a password there. So if you click on that link, you'll be presented with a section where you have to enter a password. And then if you put the password is ICT sector at 2030. So once you enter that, you'll be taken to a list of different workshops which we convene, but for this particular meeting, we are convening the early warning for all. So I clicked on modified so that the latest workshop is at the top. And this is where we have all the different documents, presentations, speeches, agenda. So if you want to have access to the presentations, you go to the presentation folder, and then these are the different presentations which we have received. Any additional presentations will also be uploaded. The consultant's presentation is also here for those who have been asking for it. And presentations which will be delivered this afternoon are also uploaded here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Loon. now moving to section 5, where we are having UNRCO, UNC.
We are inviting UNHCR to just make an intervention
Okay.
from the floor
All
on,
right.
on early warning.
All right. We're just inviting HCR to make an intervention on the early warning. You can make an intervention on whilst you are there, it's all right. But if you want to come up, it's still all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. My name is Chimemweri Wengwa. I work with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees as an IT associate. I believe most of you are aware what UNHCR does. Just in brief, we are mandated to protect refugees, internally displaced people, as well as people who are statelessness. As UNHCR, we're also part of the National Emergency Telecommunication Plan working group. I believe we will contribute to like our expertise, and maybe if at all equipment is needed, if we can afford. On a personal note, I have attended some emergency workshops where how best you can respond to emergencies. And one of the things that is usually missing in most of the countries is having establishments like for early warning systems and all that. And then I believe this platform, this network that we are building will help us, Malawi as a country, to better respond to emergencies and preposition equipment if at all there is a need for that. And as UNHCR, I know that we have a refugee emergency telecommunications sector which provides equipment, especially we are mostly dealing with refugee-related issues. But I know that we also work with the ETC, and then with the coming of ITU, I believe that we'll be working together, and then at a national level, I believe we'll be better positioned to respond to emergencies. Thank you for giving me the platform. I did not expect this. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to the World Food Program, a presentation by Ms. Ria.
Thank you, colleagues. Next presentation will be presented by Ms. Ria. Unfortunately, she could not come because she's in the Pacific region, but she's working as the Global Preparedness Officer with the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster. I would want to urge all of us to listen to the presentation because as Malawi, we have benefited quite a lot with the interventions of the ETC. So I hope that the outcomes of her presentation would be quite useful for all of us in our various countries. If there will be questions, I'm available after the presentation, but let's listen to her. She's quite very experienced in preparedness activities. She has worked with a lot of governments across the world in helping them to get more prepared in the area of emergency telecommunications. So let's listen. The presentation will be going through, and she has recorded also as she's talking through the slides.
tripartite of humanitarian entities is a global network. So we're a partner-driven organization composed tripartite of humanitarian entities, government organizations, and also private sector. So the key goal is to really facilitate critical information communication services in emergencies, but increasingly as well, we're working with national governments in high-risk countries, focusing on building their disaster and communication resilience. An interesting fact is that since 2005, we've responded to over 45 crises around the world. Many UN clusters. That also explores early warning for all implementation, as well as the application of telecommunications for disaster risk management. All of these topics are very critical, and I'm hoping to share some country examples, as well as provide an operational overview of PTC to frame some of the discussions. Here you can see a quick diagrammatic representation of the UN cluster system. As you can see, WFP is active in logistics, food security, as well as telecoms. And this is exactly where we are sitting in the emergency telecoms cluster.
Colleagues, is it
Colleagues,
possible?
is it possible?
Is it possible to raise the volume and probably replay the video because it's not audible? I don't know if participants in the room are able to hear it. So maybe the IT team, please help us with that.
2005, the ETC has actually responded to over 45 humanitarian crises around the world. So, as you all know, there actually is quite a number of clusters that most of them already exist in our countries, such as the food cluster, the safety and protection. Sorry. Yes, and we have the education cluster, but often not what we don't realize is we also have the emergency telecommunications cluster as part of the cluster system. So who does ETC serve? So ETC serves the three major entities: the governments, affected communities, as well as the humanitarian actors whenever there's an emergency. So sometimes when there's an emergency, the government would reach out to ETC for support in, for example, provision of equipment or even the provision of skill sets as well. They also support affected communities where they would actually, for example, install some things like the phone booth where there is no connectivity. And also humanitarians, for example, when the agencies or the humanitarian actors, they don't have network connectivity, they would set up an office where the humanitarian actors can actually sit in and access such type of connectivity services. Next. This is just a highlight of some of the projects that have been done. Services to humanitarians, as I mentioned, where they are actually ETC would serve the humanitarian actors, and also servicing governments and the communities, and also providing the actual response to the emergency crisis that would be in a country at one point. These are some of the services at the moment that ETC is able to provide. So the first one is around response and coordination among humanitarian and the cooperating and government counterparts. They are able to also provide solutions to secure voice and data connectivity. So for example, in a country where the local mobile network operators or internet service providers their infrastructure has been damaged, governments can actually request ETC support to provide such service for a period of time until the MNOs or the ISPs have actually restored their services. They're able to provide also security communications for staff, for example, radios and VHF or HF radios. And they are also able to provide national preparedness initiatives. I think this is the part that I think as Malawi we have actually benefited quite a lot. I think as we go along, we would see some of the case studies that they've been actually displayed. The ETC is also able to provide service for communities. As I said, there will be a community where there's no connectivity. They can actually set up a phone booth or internet cafe for actually affected communities to access. And sometimes even also they're able to provide even the common feedback mechanism where actually the affected communities can reach out to humanitarian actors. There's also a service around coordination of unmanned aircraft systems, drones, and also operational information management where you'd want to see the details of the telecoms, the emergency response at a time. Such type of information and reporting is also available. And capacity building as well. Next. Basing on around preparedness, I think as the one already mentioned that it has actually proven that if you spend more on preparedness, you actually save during the time of response. So some of the activities around preparedness is the stakeholder engagement. So ETC is able to support with workshops around preparedness and also assisting in setting up the ICT working groups in various countries. Let me mention to say that as we are discussing about the NETP, the ICT working group for cases like Malawi, it's now the group that is working together to make sure that the tasks under the NETP are implemented. So the working group is quite important because it helps also in collaboration, in improving collaboration among stakeholders within the country to respond as well as to implement the NETP. So they also support in the training, simulation and testing. As my colleague yesterday mentioned, we had a tabletop simulation earlier in the year around emergency telecommunications, which actually ETC supported us quite well, even with the facilitator as well. There are tools and guidance. So, for example, ETC would also come in to do a scoping mission to just understand the landscape, complementing the works of the NETP. And we normally use the ITU checklist, which we go through with the various stakeholders to just understand the landscape around preparedness and further response, and to devise ways on how we can actually strengthen that area. There's also a context-based approach, and so some of the ongoing projects are in those countries listed below. We can proceed. So what is the process? The first one, the stage one is actually establishment of external and internal stakeholder coordination structure. This is in this case like a working group, which we can call an ICT working group, or even better, a word that can fit in our various countries. And then we'll do the gap and needs assessment. This is the scoping mission that I spoke about. If a country is able to do on its own, it's okay, but normally also ETC would come in and offer their services to help in this gap and needs assessment. And then the next one would be to now define the ICT country preparedness project based on the agreed objectives. So maybe let me just mention to say, in case of Malawi, once the NETP was actually adopted, that's when ETC came in to do a scoping mission to now also further dig deeper into the now small hanging fruits that we could do as Malawi to make sure that we are more prepared for emergency telecoms emergencies. So after we did the gap analysis, we came up with our objectives, which were actually also feeding in to the NETP. And then we have implemented some of the strategies like SOPs, the TORs, and so on. And then we have also done some the tabletop simulation was part of the objectives that we had agreed as a working group. And then lastly, we monitor and see how we move forward. Next. This is just a representation of the operations worldwide at the moment. So I think in Africa mainly, it's Malawi, Madagascar, and Mozambique, as well as the Nigeria. Go forward, next. So these are some of the case studies. I think the first one is around Mozambique, where ETC responded to a government request on preparedness capacitation. So an ETC preparedness officer was deployed in the recovery phase post the cyclone Kenneth and Daay. So they convened the national ICT working group, as I mentioned. And then some of the things that have actually happened is there was a south-south exchange opportunities where Mozambique, Malawi, Mozambique, and Madagascar, we had a collaboration workshop where we discussed some of the common things around the tropical cyclones and how we can actually coordinate to respond better. So the ETC also trained government counterparts in the communication systems and radio installations. They also enhanced the radio network connectivity. So some of the lessons learned from the Southern African countries from disaster preparedness and response were also shared. So just below down there, the return on investment for Mozambique calculated shows that for every $1 that was invested in the preparedness activity in Mozambique, at 2.81 US dollars, there was a return of around 2.81 US dollars. Next. So this is also a similar case with Madagascar, where an assessment on national ICT preparedness was done, and there were several engagements, but a national ICT working group was also established, and they've been working in close coordination with ETC to actually build capacity around preparedness. An emergency simulation exercise also conducted, and the group mobilized for a tropical cyclone response. And for Madagascar, after the investment in preparedness, they could actually see that during the response, they were able to collaborate better and work together with all the national stakeholders to respond. And for Madagascar, below is the figures around the return on investment. So this is a case of outside Africa, Mongolia. A similar activity was also done. A high-level assessment was done. The National ICT Preparedness Needs Assessment was done as well. And through the ICT Working Group, terms of reference were developed, and the ICT Working Group has actually been working to try and strengthen their response, as well as devising the response plans. So because this is Mongolia is around 2021 up to now, they are still finalizing the TORs, and also planning for simulations as well. Next. This is home. As I mentioned earlier on, a high-level assessment was done around the ICT preparedness. This was in 2023. Just after the tropical cyclone, and also after the NAT, during the time when the NATP was being finalized. A national ICT working group was established, and the draft terms of reference were actually developed. An emergency simulation, which we did, the tabletop simulation, we did it earlier in the year, and now we are in the process of developing more SOPs. We also, after the tabletop simulation, we were able to come up with a draft preparedness plan, a draft response plan as well. Next. This is also the case of Ghana, which is along the similar lines, where they also intervened, and several initiatives have also been actually made. So this is the example of the regional collaboration that has been done in the Caribbean as well as Southern Africa through Sadc. So ETC has worked with the intergovernmental bodies such as the Caribbean, CDMA in the Caribbean, and this Sadc in Botswana to build capacities, skills, and the expertise around IT emergency preparedness and response. There have been training and the capacity development offerings on coordination and technical capacity development. So ETC is also able to facilitate regional learning exchanges and lessons learned, engagement among governments and the national stakeholders through the intergovernmental bodies. There was a CIMEX, which was done at the regional level in Caribbean. And through Dr. George, we hope that in Sadc we can also have one day a regional simulation exercise among the Sadc countries from emergency telecommunications perspective. So our colleagues in the Caribbean, they did the regional one in Barbados, which was facilitated by the ETC. There have been learning exchanges as well for governments and project partners between Mozambique and Dubai, facilitated by the ETC. Thank you. If there are any questions, yeah, over to you, Chair.
Any questions, comments, or contributions?
Thank you, Chair. Just to indicate that the presentation is also been uploaded on the shared folder, so you can download it. It's one of the bigger documents because it's got audio in it. And this problem was only on the physical participation, because online you'll be able to listen to the actual presentation and the audio. Thank you.
One of the areas that we would like to work with WFP on hardcore emergency telecoms is to provide you with hands-on training of installation of VSATs. We are not lucky this time, but next time we meet, we will ensure that we have a technician that you will go through the process of how to set up, point, connect a VSAT terminal, which is one of the systems that you can use when you have no other communication systems and you need internet. You can use VSATs to port to a geostationary satellite or one of those handhelds or portable units with NGSOs. So that's an area we're looking forward to work with WFP, among others. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contribution?
Madam Chair, we were expecting a presentation from GSMA. Same thing, the file, I think it's large. We have not received it yet. But the moment we receive it, either this afternoon or tomorrow, we will share, we'll present it, because it falls under this particular session 6. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, so we have concluded session 6. Following lunch as to our program, we have session 7. Which is Early Warning Initiative, Pillar 3, Warning, Dissemination, and Communications. Now, this session will be presented by Mr. Elliot Christian. If you Google his name, you will find out the comprehensive experience, YouTube videos, courses that he has prepared and shared with the world. He's a well-respected person in the area of emergency telecoms. He's from the USA. So the time slot that he will be presenting will be 1:30. Okay? So what we have agreed is that we will break, we go for lunch, and we should be seated by 1:20. 1:20, so that we have 10 minutes for us to prepare all the connections and receive the presentation from Ms. Elliott. It's the only time that we have Ms. Elliott with us. Okay? He's the Grand Master of GAP. Okay? He's done many of these training in the past, very large experience, worked with ITU. So it will be an honor for him to present to us. Anything else, Madam Chair and I missed?
No, nothing from our side. Maybe just to add, Georgia, just like the presentation from GSMA, we are also expecting a presentation from UNDRR. So as soon as those come, we will slot them in. But just to iterate what George has just said, colleagues, it is a great honor and a big opportunity for us to have Elliot talk to us on CAP. So let's be here and pick as much as we can from the time slot that he has availed us. Thank you very much.
Housekeeping, you can come in that with us.
Thank you so much, Chair and the entire team. Not much as we're proceeding to lunch. Just a reminder, there are macro magazines just outside the door at the Secretariat. Some interesting reads, I'm sure. You could learn a thing or two, especially for our friends that come from abroad. You could learn a thing or two about communications and about Malawi through those macro magazines. So as we're proceeding to lunch, just outside the door towards the left, that's where the macro magazines are. Please grab a copy. And also remember, as we're going out for lunch, to get our meal cards, without which we cannot be served. So the ladies that help us with the meal cards will be on the door, and get a meal card which will also direct us to where we're supposed to have our lunch. I'm sure it's the same place that we had our lunch yesterday. Enjoy your lunch. Remember to keep time, as the chair has already indicated about our next presenter. Thank you.
Right now. What do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening right now. What do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery, and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org.
Joanne Carey from the GSMA, and today I would like to talk about an important partnership between the GSMA and Sadc that is focused on emergency telecommunications, which is at the center of the region's model NETP. This collaboration is essential for enhancing our emergency preparedness in a rapidly changing world. In recent years, we have seen an increase in natural disasters, public health emergencies, and various crises that put significant strain on our telecommunication systems. During such events, effective communication is crucial. It ensures that first responders can coordinate efforts, communities can stay informed, and vital services remain operational. That is why the partnership between GSMA and CRASA, Sadc's telecommunications arm, comes into play. By working together, we can bolster emergency telecommunications across a resilient infrastructure that can withstand shocks. Let us take a closer look at the key areas of collaboration. First, we are supporting CRASA in developing standard operating procedures, or SOPs.
What do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is
telecommunications. These SOPs will provide clear guidelines for mobile network operators and other stakeholders to follow during emergencies, ensuring a swift and coordinated response. Next, we are focusing on policy guidelines for business continuity plans. These guidelines will help mobile network operators establish a network redundancy and resilience mechanism. By preparing for potential disruptions, we can ensure
people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org. Right now. What do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery, and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org.
Boasting to some of the world's unique and endangered species. Mozambique, Luta Continua. Great coastline with rich fish and grounds and fresh seafood. Producers of gas, electricity, water and coal. Coal. Namibia, the land of the brave, the home of diamond, copper and gold. The greatest sites with the highest dunes and widest shores the world has ever seen. Have you ever been to Seychelles? As pure as it gets, 8 most beautiful islands and alluring with attractions of surreal rock. South Africa, inspiring new waves. The Rainbow Nation, aka the one and only Mzansi. Bred icons of peace like Mandela, who liberated his people from apartheid. Still rich in diamond and gold. Gold. The United Republic of Tanzania. Diamond and Tanzanite mining and touring, taking them higher and higher. Zanzibar is just another place I admire. I'll go there to fulfill my desire. Kilimanjaro, give it a shot, let's climb up. Zambia, the real Africa, where people are warm and they friendly. They show love and they do it immensely. One Zambia, one nation, Chipolo Polo, the home of the copper belt. Platinum and cotton are bread and butter. Animal reserves, game in abundance. The tourists came and they loved it. Zimbabwe coming up with diamond and coal rocks. Beautiful natural wonders of the Victoria Falls. Moso Tunya, the smoke that thunders. A shared heritage with Zambia, a great symbol of oneness. Spectacular waterfalls the world has ever seen. A stunning destination with amazing attractions. Stunning destinations with amazing attractions.
The Southern African Development Coordinating Conference was established on 1st April 1980 in Lusaka, Zambia, and was transformed into the Southern African Development Community on 17 August 1992 in Windhoek, Namibia, to promote development, integration, peace and security, and social-economic growth. One region, 16 nations working towards a common future.
You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV, everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. just turn up the radio. What's up, are you listening? Come on. You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. A for Angola, Ola Iyamo Angola, the home of the diamond and oil. B for Botswana. Blessed be this noble land of diamond and beef. They have the best national parks, wildlife, swamps, sand dunes. Try the tourism. Pula, let there be rain. C for Comoros. You know they stay busy with great agriculture and fishing. Found across the Indian Ocean. If you need to get away, you should get it in your motion. Democratic Republic of Congo. Limitless water, abundant deposits of diamond, copper and gold. If I'm looking down from the top of the mountain, there's more minerals than we can count, man. Like cobalt, tin, tantalum, etc., etc. The kingdom of Eswatini is the new promise of Africa. Majestic in all its ways, rich traditions, customs, royal friendly, makes you feel welcome. They'll make you feel home. Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. What else? High hills, highlands, water reservoirs, and another diamond hub. And what about M? Madagascar, spreading vanilla scents to the world. The island with graphite, chromite, bauxite. God blessed us with minerals we can't even pronounce. Malawi, I wanna visit the warm heart of Africa. Landlocked with beautiful people with good tasty fish called chambo. I wanna escape there, they make me feel home. You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. Let's not forget about Mauritius. The name is synonymous to tourism like no other. Hello to Dodo, I want it on my t-shirt. Boasting to some of the world's unique and endangered species. Mozambique, Aluta, Continua. Great coastline with rich fish and grounds and fresh seafood. Producers of gas, electricity, water and coal. Namibia, the land of the brave, the home of diamond, copper and gold. The greatest sites with the highest dunes and widest shores the world has ever seen. Have you ever been to Seychelles? As pure as it gets, 8 most beautiful islands and alluring with attractions of surreal rock. South Africa, inspiring new waves. The Rainbow Nation, aka the one and only Mzansi. Bred icons of peace like Mandela, who liberated his people from apartheid. Still rich in diamond and gold. The United Republic of Tanzania. Diamond and Tanzanite mining and touring, taking them higher and higher. Zanzibar is just another place I admire. I'll go there to fulfill my desire. Kilimanjaro, give it a shot, let's climb up. Zambia, the real Africa, where people are warm and they friendly. They show love and they do it immensely. One Zambia, one nation, Chipolo Polo, the home of the copper belt. Platinum and cotton are bread and butter. Animal reserves, game in abundance. The tourists came and they loved it. Zimbabwe coming up with diamond and coal rocks. Beautiful natural wonders of the Victoria Falls. Mosotunya, the smoke that thunders. A shared heritage with Zambia, a great symbol of oneness. Spectacular waterfalls the world has ever seen. A stunning destination with amazing attractions. Stunning destinations with amazing attractions.
The Southern African Development Coordinating Conference was established on 1st April 1980 in Lusaka, Zambia, and was transformed into the Southern African Development Community on 17 August 1992 in Windhoek, Namibia, to promote development, integration, peace and security, and social-economic growth. One region, 16 nations working towards a common future.
You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV, everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. Just turn up the radio. What's up? Are you listening? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Come on. You know we're growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands. Do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV, everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. A for Angola, Ola Iyamo Angola, the home of the diamond and oil. B for Botswana. Blessed be this noble land of diamond and beef. They have the best national parks, wildlife, swamps, sand dunes. Try the tourism. Pula, let there be rain. C for Comoros. You know they stay busy with great agriculture and fishing. Found across the Indian Ocean. If you need to get away, you should get it in your motion. Democratic Republic of Congo. Limitless water, abundant deposits of diamond, copper and gold. If I'm looking down from the top of the mountain, there's more minerals than we can count, man. Like cobalt, tin, tantalum, etc., etc. The kingdom of Eswatini is the new promise of Africa. Majestic in all its ways, rich traditions, customs, royal friendly, makes you feel welcome. They'll make you feel home. Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. What else? High hills, highlands, water reservoirs, and another diamond hub. And what about M? Madagascar, spreading vanilla scents to the world. The island with graphite, chromite, bauxite. God blessed us with minerals we can't even pronounce. Malawi, I wanna visit the warm heart of Africa. Landlocked with beautiful people with good tasty fish called chambo. I wanna escape there, they make me feel home. You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here, hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV, everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house, put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc. Let's not forget about Mauritius. The name is synonymous to tourism like no other. Hello to Dodo, I want it on my t-shirt. Boasting to some of the world's unique and endangered species. Mozambique, Aluta, Continua. Great coastline with rich fish and grounds and fresh seafood. Producers of gas, electricity, water and coal. Namibia, the land of the brave, the home of diamond, copper and gold. The greatest sites with the highest dunes and widest shores the world has ever seen. Have you ever been to Seychelles? As pure as it gets, 8 most beautiful islands and alluring with attractions of some real rock. South Africa, inspiring new waves. The Rainbow Nation, aka the one and only Mzansi. Bred icons of peace like Mandela, who liberated his people from apartheid. Still rich in diamond and gold. The United Republic of Tanzania. Diamond and Tanzanite mining and touring, taking them higher and higher. Zanzibar's just another place I admire. I'll go there to fulfill my desire. Kilimanjaro, give it a shot, let's climb up. Zambia, the real Africa, where people are warm and they friendly. They show love and they do it immensely. One Zambia, one nation, Chipolo Polo, the home of the copper belt. Platinum and cotton are bread and butter. Animal reserves, game in abundance. The tourists came and they loved it. Zimbabwe coming up with diamond and coal rocks. Beautiful natural wonders of the Victoria Falls. Moso Tunya, the smoke that thunders. A shared heritage with Zambia, a great symbol of oneness. Spectacular waterfalls the world has ever seen. A stunning destination with amazing attractions. Stunning destinations with amazing attractions.
The Southern African Development Coordinating Conference was established on 1st April 1980 in Lusaka, Zambia, and was transformed into the Southern African Development Community on 17 August 1992 in Windhoek, Namibia, to promote development, integration, peace and security, and social-economic growth. One region, 16 nations working towards a common future.
You know we are growing the economy and a united community. Everybody here hold hands, do you feel me? Southern African Development Community. In case you wonder when you see the name on your TV, everybody in the house put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Everybody in the house put your hands up. Throw your hands up, put your hands up. Sadc, throw your hands up. Put your hands up, Sadc.
Right now. What do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery, and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org.
Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Elliot, can you confirm for me that you are able to share your screen?
Yes, he is.
Colleagues, we can't hear the volume from Zoom.
Elliot, try to say something.
Can I just proceed? I've got a hard stop here at 30 minutes past.
Thank you, Elliot. We couldn't hear you initially, but I think we can hear you clearly now. So please go ahead, and thank you very much for your patience.
Okay. Hello to everyone there. I think it's probably your afternoon. I'm going to present an overview of Common Alerting Protocol. These are my major topics. I'm going to start with what is the CAP standard. So imagine this breaking news. A flood is coming. Lives are at stake. People need to be warned. They need to know the key facts for this emergency. What is the emergency? Where is the affected area? How soon do people need to act? How bad will it be? How certain are the experts? And of course, what should people do? So CAP is the international standard for communicating those key facts for all types of hazards across all kinds of threats. Can you turn off the microphone? We're getting an echo there. I like to picture CAP as a standard business form. Here I'm showing it in as though we're on paper, on a clipboard. Everyone involved in the emergency should have at least these key facts communicated by a CAP alert. A CAP alert is like a traditional news article, but here the key facts are given in separate elements, and many of those elements give actual data rather than just plain text. The data in CAP are coded values, essential for automated processing, for routing, for translation, and much more. So the text and data of a CAP message are given in XML format, as you would see in this example. So we see that the sender name is National Weather Service, Sacramento, California. The headline is Severe Weather Warning. The description says the storm has hail, intense rain, strong damaging winds. And separately, the instruction says take cover in a substantial shelter until the storm passes. Now notice the alerting area. For human readers, we have the text described plainly. But for automated processing, the area is given as data. That is a polygon with the vertices given as each of a latitude-longitude coordinate. CAP, which is ITU Recommendation X.1303, standardizes the key facts about any kind of emergency. CAP is designed for dissemination over all kinds of media or communication channels. Alerting authorities embrace CAP because they want alerts to reach everyone in the alerting area. But one factor affecting dissemination is that we're in a transition from mass media to online media. Much of today's public warning is based on mass media, such as broadcast radio and television. For many decades, these have been the essential ways to reach people in harm's way. Television stations insert this crawl text. Radio stations insert an audio message. This is because of a public-private collaboration that has required decades to implement, and it consumes huge ongoing investments in specialized technology even today. But mass media alerting does nothing to reach users of online media. For example, they're watching that football game on their smartphone, no crawl text. Online media users are missing out on alerts that are carried only on mass media. But Google has a solution. Leverage CAP to deliver alerts to people using Google tools. Here's Google showing the alert of a storm surge in St. John's, Canada. Used by billions of people worldwide, Google services disseminate CAP alerts via Google Search, Google Maps, and Android push notifications. Now at the bottom we also see that's a tornado warning from the U.S. National Weather Service, but where it shows up is it's overriding web advertisements for users in the alerting area. And in the U.S., digital billboards carry CAP alerts as well. And it's actually a very smart advertising strategy. So it comes as no cost. CAP alerts can be sent directly to in-vehicle navigation systems like Garmin, TomTom, and the built-in dashboard by leading car manufacturers worldwide. This alerts drivers to the danger areas so they can avoid it. It's a mature technology already embedded in millions of devices. So in all of these cases, the official emergency alerts are simply being picked up from a global scale alert hub. I'll talk about that in a minute. But the point here is that these media companies and car manufacturers are using their own resources to help get warnings out. There's an amazing surge of innovation around emergency alerting, and it's happening because of the CAP standard. Traditionally, governments had implemented a vast range of alerting systems, from local communities up to entire nations. Societies everywhere have a patchwork of systems. These are often designed just for a particular emergency situation, communicating over a particular communications media. Without the CAP standard, it was just impossible to achieve all hazards, all media, public alerting on any sort of broad scale. CAP took emergency alerting beyond this crazy patchwork. With CAP, simple tools can be used to get emergency alerts to affected people wherever they are and whatever they are doing. I'd like to highlight certain benefits of CAP. First, CAP makes it quicker and easier to issue alerts. Alerting authorities without CAP issue alerts by making phone calls and sending faxes, sending emails, posting to web pages, posting to Facebook and Twitter, on and on. Those activities consume time, distracting from the real mission, which is to compose accurate and actionable alerts. With CAP, a single alert disseminates quickly over multiple alerting methods. And from the receiver perspective, CAP is the fastest way to get alerts from an alerting authority, and with CAP, it's much less error prone. In a complex emergency, information of many types must be assimilated from many sources, over scales ranging from very local to national and sometimes global. Alerts are a really big part of that. And without CAP, this variety is making alerts very difficult to get, to use, and to share because they're communicated in so many different media and formats. With CAP alerts, that information gathering analysis is much easier. In fact, CAP supports the emergency management function called shared situational awareness, or maintaining a common operating picture. So here, for example, we're seeing CAP alerts displayed on a map interface. Maps like this help the audience understand a complex or evolving emergency, and this is what you see in an emergency operations center. Trust. Now, trust in an alerting system is eroded whenever people miss out on alerts. Trust is also eroded whenever people get alerts that really weren't intended for them. And those happen often with systems that are just based on plain text, like a police bulletin or press release. With CAP, the alerting area is precisely defined with polygons or circles, in addition to that area text description. Now, many people in harm's way are underserved with current public alerting because they're blind or they're deaf or cognitively impaired or they don't understand the language used in the alert. They can be better served by exploiting the data in CAP alerts, as well as leveraging automated translation. Now, some types of hazard occur so suddenly that seconds mean the difference between a timely, life-saving alert and an alert that just arrived too late. Examples: earthquakes, tornadoes, tsunami, flash floods, volcanoes, landslides, terrorism. CAP alerts can be posted immediately and then immediately disseminated, often within seconds. Also, that CAP alert is digital, and that enables immediate action not only by people, but by devices such as sirens, highway signs, train controls, and other automated mechanisms that help save lives. We know that multiple authorities do get involved whenever there's a complex, extensive, or evolving emergency. Scientific and technical agencies, they're expert at characterizing a hazard threat. Typically, though, they're not empowered to instruct people on actions such as evacuation. So their CAP alert in the instruction says, monitor local media for instructions from civic authorities. Now, the civic authority can instruct people on actions such as evacuation, but they're not expert in the situation, so they quote the scientific and technical agency in the description, and then their instruction has that specific evacuation route. Whenever an emergency is complex or extensive, it's also very common that you're going to have nested or overlapping jurisdictions. So the point here, use of CAP by all alerting authorities as the emergency unfolds is helping to ensure that people get those key facts communicated coherently. I like to think of it as many distinct voices, but the same song sheet. Given that emergency alerting is often life critical, receivers want to be sure that a warning service or source is authoritative. And yet, emergency alerting is using very large-scale public networks like the internet, so it's impossible to know your sources personally as you might have done in a small town. So, the International Register of Alerting Authorities is like a referral service. You trust a registered alerting authority to the degree you trust the service that registered them. So here we have the International Register of Alerting Authorities, operated by the World Meteorological Organization, which is a treaty-level organization, long predates the United Nations. Here's the register record for one particular alerting authority, and here I've chosen the U.S. National Weather Service. We see the hazard categories for which this authority typically issues alerts, and the map shows their typical alerting area. And in this case, we see there's a CAP feed URL. If you follow that URL, we'll find that the National Weather Service actually has thousands of CAP news feeds by county and down to the forecast zone. Those are very small areas. And of course, nobody wants all of those in many cases, so you go to the aggregate of all of those at the national level, which is the URL on the bottom. So what I'd like to do now is just walk you through some examples of CAP-enabled alerting systems that I know about personally. It's only a tiny proportion of CAP systems worldwide. And of course, many of you are familiar with the CAP system already operating in your country. My opening slide, remember, was a flood emergency. Here we see CAP being used in the International Flash Flood Guidance System. Very popular. Here is India's CAP-based Integrated Disaster Early Warning Platform, also called SACHET, S-A-C-H-E-T, in use by disaster management authorities. Here the aggregation proceeds on the left down there from the village and city level through the district and state levels and on up to the national level. Very sophisticated, very comprehensive, and very interoperable system. China's CAP-enabled all hazards alert system is called NURES, National Early Warning Release System. They have 1 national, 31 provincial, 343 municipal, and 2015 county centers. Obviously a huge amount of staff as well. And in both these cases, India, China, their news feed is aggregated into the global scale alert hub. Now let me pause to say, where are we worldwide with CAP? This is a global view, and today 92% of the world's population lives in a country with at least one national CAP news feed operating. 87% is shown in green on this map, or another 5% in testing now. That's in yellow. Countries shown in gray haven't yet begun testing CAP as far as I know. A large percentage of these are least developed or developing countries, and of course that's really sad because those are the very countries that are especially vulnerable to disasters. But let me pause for a second here and show you where do we stand in the South African development community, the 16 countries. All but 2 are already operational. You see Malawi is in testing, and I just got another communication from Namibia that they're very interested in pursuing it as well. But again, since we have so many countries that haven't implemented CAP, we have this CAP implementation gap, so international organizations, international NGOs, and international companies involved in emergency alerting were urged since 2021 to endorse this call to action on emergency alerting, which is simply this one statement: to scale up efforts to ensure that by 2025, all countries have the capability for effective authoritative emergency alerting that leverages CAP, suitable for all media and all hazards. And let me just note here, I had said we're at 87% of the world by population right now. From 2017 to 2022, we were increasing by 8% per year. So in 2017, it was 42%. In 2022, it was 82%. Then the early warnings for all happened, and CAP uptake essentially stopped. So we've increased only 5% since 2022. And at this rate, we will not match the goal of 2025, which we were on track for. So we can talk more about why that is. But for anybody who hasn't mentioned CAP or hasn't implemented CAP, let me mention the free tool for CAP alert creation and publishing, available right at that URL. It's already in use by, at the moment, 55 countries as their operational CAP feed. This CAP editor is initialized for 360 or so alerting authorities across 205 countries, 32 languages, and we can add more pretty easily. It's a cloud-based service, so there's absolutely nothing to install. Many of you may know that your country is already using that. Anybody can just go to this URL, use this as a guest, although to actually publish an alert, you're going to need the head of the agency to designate you, and then you'll, of course, get a password. These are the logos of the 20 endorsements of the call to action on emergency alerting, and here I would just like to note that the 4 pillars of the early warning for all were early endorsers of this as well. That's IFRC, ITU, UNDRR, and in the lower right corner, that's the World Meteorological Organization. The endorsement by CAP actually noted that CAP is part of the ITU guidelines for developing national emergency communications plans. And you see that as a little diagram here. I also want to note, in Europe, the standards organization for Europe called CEN issued a workshop agreement on requirements and recommendations for social media early warning messages in crisis and disaster management. And the agreement gives this requirement: to ensure consistency, clarity, and completeness of the messages disseminated simultaneously across different channels, the social media early warning messages and related notifications shall, tough to get that shall word in there, but it says shall, refer to the persistent unique URL of the CAP message. In other words, you should not be seeing any social media message talking about early warning situations, except that it also includes a link to the CAP message. This is required now across Europe, but I think it'll be eventually taken up by other places as well. Now, I've been talking a bit on the side about CAP Alert Hub, so let me just explain what that's all about. A CAP Alert Hub basically subscribes to published CAP Alert feeds and then offers that out again as an aggregate to its own subscribers. And here I want to emphasize, the CAP Alert Hub is only providing a copy of the alert. It is not in the role of an alerting authority. In other words, think of CAP as a publisher, not an originator, not an editor, just a republisher of the CAP alerts already offered by someone else. And the CAP Alert Hub always carries that attribution back to the actual owner, the originator. So as I said, a CAP Alert Hub aggregates CAP feeds in one location, and the CAP alerts get aggregated on the hub almost as soon as a CAP alert is posted online. We're talking about latencies of about a minute, but we can reduce that if you have a situation for very sudden onset events. We can get this again down to seconds. There's several benefits of being cloud-based on the Alert Hub. One, of course, is the speed. So we get very fast dissemination, which is critical, especially for sudden onset events such as earthquakes, tsunamis, terrorist strikes, tornadoes. Scale. The global scale dissemination infrastructure of a cloud provides high performance, high reliability, and high availability at a reasonable cost, a very reasonable cost. Then there's redundancy. You're getting an additional copy of the alert messages separate from the originator. And if you think about it, the originator may well be affected by the very emergency that they're talking about. It's an earthquake happening here. My server may not be reliable because it's in the earthquake zone. Same with a storm, same with other kinds of situations. Then we have security and authenticity. It is very difficult on your own server to keep up with all of the new kinds of attacks that are going out and to make sure that you're not being compromised by man-in-the-middle attacks and things like that. On the cloud, you've got gold standard security and authenticity. So that's a big feature as well. Analytics. With a centralized aggregator, you're able to do analysis so that on the fly, in real time, you can be optimizing your alert dissemination. You know which places are not getting the alert, and you can follow that up with police cars having megaphones to drive through the neighborhood because for some reason their electronics just isn't getting the job done. Here I want to introduce the architecture. CAP Alert Hubs, it's very simple three-level architecture. At the base, we have the individual cap alert. It's an XML document following the schema defined in ITU X.1303. And it's a legal public document. Any government agency knows you have to have these stored under your control so that they can be inspected by the public or a court at any future date, decades from now. So this gives you that fundamental requirement of you have a record of what did you actually say to the public for that situation on that date and time in that place. Next up, we have a series of cap alerts. So this is how you actually get the individual cap alerts. It's a feed providing time-ordered links to cap alerts. We do this as a publish subscribe service. We do not use client server or message store and forward or other mechanisms. We use publish subscribe because we do not want to ever miss an alert. And publish subscribe is the only way to assure you don't ever miss an alert. Remember, these are life critical. There are two internet standards for publish subscribe. They are RSS and Atom, and you might know these as blogs. That's the same technology, or sometimes simply called RSS. So the Cap Alert Hub is providing simplified access to aggregated cap alerts, again via publish subscribe, for the same reason. We don't want to ever miss anything. And again, compliant with RSS or Atom. But it's a collection of records. So what you've done is gathered things together, typically arranged according to time of publication. If you're doing this across multiple alerting authorities, well, then you're giving a shared situational awareness or common operating picture, which is common in Emergency Operations Center. Or you could be aggregating alerts into collections at different scales. You could be doing a city level aggregation or a national level so that the public has a one-stop shop. You don't have to know that there are 8 different agencies behind the scenes issuing cap alerts. You go to one place and get it. Turks and Caicos Alerts is an example of where they've done exactly that. You can also gather these into collections to focus on a particular theme. Maybe all alerts having to do with transportation, or all alerts having to do with food security, or all alerts having to do with COVID, on and on. If you extend that series of alerts to very long time scales, well, then what you've got is an archive. In fact, we have at my Cap Alert Hub, which I'll mention in a moment, we have 17 million cap alerts that have been issued over the last, 20-some years. And that's a very interesting resource for research. So let me know if you're interested in looking into that. I had mentioned the U.S. Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. It's an alert hub. And it's aggregating cap alerts from 1,700 federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial alerting authorities. And again, that's way more than anyone wants to subscribe to all 1,700, so you don't have to. They're already aggregated for you at this alert hub. And that US IPAWS is also aggregated into global scale alert hubs. Same idea here in Europe. Meteoalarm is operated on behalf of 37 European national weather services, publishing a cap feed specific to each nation. That's serving the European scale need. Like as people travel, they can still know what's going on in the country they've traveled to using the same kind of interface that they're familiar with in their own country. And as you may know, EU Alert also takes these cap alerts and puts them up as cell broadcasts for the situations where it's in the last hour that people need to take action, and it's a life critical only. Again, Meteoalarm is aggregated. The individual feeds per nation of Meteoalarm are aggregated by the global scale alert hub as well. By the way, if SADC is interested in having a regional alert hub, Be glad to support you on that. It's a fairly straightforward thing to set up. Here we see, though, another global scale alert hub. This is the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, offering this free source of published CAP alerts for all manner of emergency preparedness and response activities at all scales, so city, county, and global. The consumers of this IFRC Alert Hub include, of course, the Red Cross and Red Crescent National Societies themselves, because they have 16 million volunteers doing stuff in different countries. So this is an important thing to know. What are the alerts out there in where we have our volunteers? But it's also intended to be used by news organizations, telecom providers, international and national emergency managers, disaster relief organizations, and many others. And lastly, I want to mention the WMO Alert Hub, which is something that is operated by my company at global scale. I do this on behalf of the U.S. government in its support to WMO, but it's also a global resource that's doing things a bit beyond what WMO is immediately interested in. This source is aggregating emergency alerts from 231 CAP feeds. Well, it was 230 until just about an hour ago when I added in South Sudan. So it's growing continuously. So it's now 151 countries and other sources. If you go to that link, you can see the ones that are currently active. This is also a core component of the thing of most immediate interest to WMO, which is their Global Multi-Hazard Alert System, GMAT. And of course, the distinction is WMO is a weather, water, and climate agency. So they're more interested in that set of hazard types. And of course, our alert hub is all hazards. So it's a bit more focused than the broader one that I run. I also mentioned the UN Early Warnings for All action plan. As you probably have heard, this is an attempt to gather up $3.1 billion US and an attempt to ensure every person on Earth is protected by early warning systems within 5 years. It has 4 pillars, and pillar 3 is the one we're most interested in, the dissemination communication of warnings. In that pillar, one of the actions is to establish CAP Editor and Alert Hub to further enhance multi-hazard CAP-based emergency alerting. Now, as I've mentioned, CAP Editor and the Alert Hub are both operated by alerthub.org, my company. That CAP Editor freeware I mentioned is in operational use by 53 countries, another 20 or so are testing it, and it's available for any additional. So even though your country has CAP, that doesn't mean all the agencies in your country have CAP. So typically we start with the meteorological agency of the country, but you can add health department, you can add transportation, you can add the civic authorities as well. So just contact me if you want to extend that. One of the outcomes given in the Early Warning for All, this is one of the outcomes of that action plan. All countries have the capability for effective authoritative emergency alerting that leverages the common alerting protocol suitable for all media and all hazards, which is an exact copy of the call to action on emergency alerting. So they basically just took what we were already doing, added a couple of years, but unfortunately ended up interfering with or stopping, I guess, the uptake of CAP in other countries. So we could talk more about that if you're interested. So there we are. Let me pause or stop at this point and ask for any questions that we can go ahead and cover. Okay, so we do hand raises, or you can put things in the chat, I suppose.
Any questions?
Ah, I'm seeing you all for the first time. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, I just want to ask, like, do you have like a specific software, like
anyone, any question, comments?
Malawi? Yeah, do you have like a specific software you use? And if yes, can you share the source code with us? Yeah, that's the question.
Please repeat the question. It's possible it didn't go through to Elliot. Repeat it, please. Yeah.
Oh, I'm asking, do you have like a specific software or like a program? And if yes, which, like, can you share the source code with us?
Oh, here's an even better answer. Yes, yes, I do, and I'd be glad to share it. But you can go to ChatGPT and just type in, provide me a CAP editor, because ChatGPT knows what CAP is. Provide me a CAP editor, and then specify your language. I want this in, say, JavaScript, and show me the HTML and the CSS. Yes, it's very straightforward to build, but I would be glad to share my software. My software right now is running on the cloud, so it's kind of cloud-based. If you're familiar with clouds, they do things a little differently. There's not really a file system. There's a database called Simple Storage Service. This is the AWS, Amazon Web Services Cloud. But yes, send me an email. I'll be glad to help you develop your own system. Not much to it.
Thank you so much, Elliot.
I see a question in the chat. How does one ensure that CAP alerts are not fake? Well, 3 ways. First of all the CAP feeds are HTTPS. So that means they're fully encrypted. So that helps prevent man-in-the-middle kind of attacks. Every CAP alert can be, and I strongly recommend should be, digitally signed. So that means when you receive a CAP alert, you can verify no bits have changed since the original publication of this. And then lastly, we have the notion that somebody might actually hijack a national alerting authority record in the register of alerting authorities. If you do that, in a sense, you're now compromising the ability of WMO to monitor who is authoritative. Even if you change it in the register, I do not, on my alert hub, I do not automatically adopt the changes. I go and verify first. So you would probably get picked up perhaps by AccuWeather or MeteoBlue or somebody else who's using that register. You will not automatically get picked up by my alert hub. And that means you also will not be able to compromise Google. Google is using my alert hub as its reference. In the case of IFRC Alert Hub, I'm not sure whether you might get away with it. In any case, you're not going to get away with it for more than a day or two. And if you issue an alert that is clearly controversial, say, for example, ISIS decides we're going to issue a earthquake alert for Istanbul. Clearly, Istanbul is going to have an earthquake. We know that. Millions of people will die. So if ISIS just wants to be disruptive, they would do that. But they would have to get all of these other alert hubs and alerting authorities to all go along with that at the same time. And I think very clearly, a lot of people are going to question that. And the earthquakes community is very familiar with having to correct disinformation or misinformation. So they've got processes for that because that kind of thing actually happens quite a lot. So yeah, we may see we have not seen attempts in the 20 years we've been doing. We have not seen that kind of attempt, but it could happen that someone tries to put out a fake cap alert. We have had a mistake cap alert. For example, in Hawaii, they were doing a test, but they put out the alert as though it was not a test, that it was an actual alert. And this involved a report of an incoming missile launched by North Korea, assumed to be nuclear. So people were quite disrupted by that for a couple hours. But the reason it wasn't immediately noted as wrong or fake is that the only one who could cancel an alert in Hawaii at the time was the governor. Well, the governor was out at a party and he couldn't remember his password. So it took a couple hours. So yeah, there are operating procedures that need to be constantly refined so that this becomes smoother over time. But of course, that's not peculiar to CAP. That happened with the same old paper and press release kind of mechanisms too. We've always had that kind of thing occasionally crop up. They kind of make for good stories, but they don't really have any long-term effect on the trust in the alerting system. They're just little things that need to get corrected.
Okay. Thank you, Elliot. I have 3 questions for you. Is he hearing me? Am I audible to you? Elliot.
Yes?
Am I audible to you? He can't hear me, right? Oh.
I see Juan in the screen there. Hello, Juan. Good. All right, well, I'm going to...
Elliot.
Oh, I'm sorry, is there a question?
Yes, I have 3 questions for you. I wanted to know if I'm audible to you. IT. Elliot, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Good. I have 3 questions for you. The first question, can you put the slide on register of alerting authorities? Please share the Zoom screen. Register of alerting authorities.
One more. There we go. Yes.
Okay, all right. So my first question, I want you to click on that link and open that page.
Know what's going on there. It was working just earlier this morning.
All right, okay, so that link is wrong. We hopefully tomorrow with WMO helps us out and they will give us a correct link. So that's the first one. Now, in one of your slides, you showed us Google Alerts. I would like you to explain to us how we could tap into this particular service. How could Sadc member states also use Google Alerts? That's one. That's my second question. My last question, you briefly touched upon an alert system for the region. So this afternoon, we received a presentation from Samuel, from SHOC, the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit of Sadc. Can you guide us in terms of the steps that we will have to take at Sadc as Sadc member states if we wished to establish a Sadc alert platform only for Sadc member states? So once again, the second question is on Google Alerts. Give us some the steps that we have to follow. And third, if we wanted to set up a Sadc alert platform, how would you go about doing that? And thank you so much for your very informative presentation, Elliot.
So Google Alerts. So Google Public Alerts, which is a section, it's kind of a matrix throughout Google. They've got lots of people. But they only have about 20 feeds at the moment that they have, in their terms, onboarded, which means that they integrated it with their internal business processes. So they're at about 20. I have 231. So they're trying to play catch up, and I'm working with them on that. Their first emphasis is they're picking up all the Medio alarm ones, but we have quite a few others that are in the pipeline as well. And for each of these, we go through, frankly, the biggest problem in getting something to be onboarded by Google, to get a feed onboarded by Google, is typically there are not enough alerts. Google needs to see about 100 alerts so that they have confidence that they're the way they want them. So any of your countries that have not yet issued 100 alerts, please start issuing alerts for more routine situations, not just the huge high priority things. So yes, during the process of onboarding, I do an analysis of all of your alerts. Again, we have 17 million in our database, so we know what's been going down, and I'll show you specifically anything that needs to be fixed. Now, secondly, with respect to Sadc, you can simply make a web page right now that shows here are the alert feeds for the 14 Sadc countries that already have CAP feeds. Now, that means people would click on the individual ones, which is, I guess, fine. But if you want to have a one-stop shop, then what you could do is take these 14 and make them one. The way you unify them is with a piece of software that basically looks at each feed, and anytime something new happens on that, it copies it over to this consolidated feed, what we call aggregation. Pretty straightforward. I can give you software for that, or you can just use ChatGPT and say, how do I write software to aggregate news feeds, say internet news feeds, because they're both RSS and ATOM. Feel free to contact me about that. There's a couple wrinkles. ATOM is a little tricky versus RSS is very straightforward about how you aggregate them. But yes, that you could do that very simply. Again, you could right now with almost no effort just make a web page just like this. There, people could then click on the capped feeds for those countries. Aggregating them is a little bit extra software, but again, I'd be glad to help you with that. It's very straightforward. Okay, I'm going to need to jump off because I've got another meeting I need to go to. It's actually to talk about CAP and cell broadcast. So I'll be off doing that. Thank you very much for letting me join you here.
Yep.
It's been a pleasure, and I wish you luck in your continuing meetings.
Thank you very much, Elliot, for making time for us. Have a lovely rest of the day. Bye-bye.
We are now inviting Yuan for the cell broadcast and radio broadcast.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much. This is my third time today. I think it's the last one also. So happy to have a conversation of my last 3 talks at the end of this one. But okay, we're going to talk now about early warning systems based in cell broadcast. Some of you might already seen these presentations, other ones haven't. So for those who have, pay more attention, and if you have additional questions, let me know at the end. So let me begin here by well, 1 second. I need to do something here. This should be, okay, anyway. Okay, so should be showing up on the screen. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so let me begin by making a quick comparison and more or less technical explanation between cell broadcast and location-based SMS, based in what the BEREC report, which is the agency of the European Union that does regulatory analysis in the communication sectors have done. So there are 2 types of systems, as we mentioned in my last presentation, that could provide early warning systems or warnings and alerts using mobile networks. The first one of those is cell broadcast, which is included in this figure here. The characteristics of cell broadcast are basically that it's a one-to-many technology, which means that it's a point-to-multipoint. They broadcast a message within the cell. You have there the base station. Each base station, each tower transmits the warning or the alert in a broadcast manner, and any device within the coverage area of that base station would actually receive the message. Just as regular broadcasting works. If you have a TV and you turn on the TV within the coverage area of the channel that you want to see, you will be able to see the program or the radio at the same. That's why it's called broadcast, cell broadcast. So for this, there's a CBC, Cell Broadcast Center, which is located within the radio access network of the mobile provider. It's a software element that sends the message only once per cell site, and every device within that cell will receive the message. Now, location-based SMS works quite different. This is not a point-to-multipoint technology. It's not a broadcasted message. It's a point-to-point message that needs to know precisely what phones, what devices are within the cell site coverage, to actually send the message. So it basically needs to know the location of the device and the number of the device to be able to get the message through. To do that, they use the different elements that are already within the core network of the mobile provider, which are the Mobile Location Center, MLC. You access that data, and that data will tell you then, when you access that data, to which cell site is the device connected. And then you have to go to the SMS service center to be able to send that message to that device. So to be able to use the MLC, you will be also using the phone number, okay? You will have to know the phone number of the device, the number of the device. So to send the message in location-based SMS, you use already the elements that you have in your mobile network, and you have to have the device location. Once you have that device location, the message will go to the cell site of that device and send that message in a regular SMS text message to that device. So that's a huge difference. And although I'm going to tell that in the following slide as well, it's clearly here the difference between location-based and SMS, location-based SMS and cell broadcast related to congestion. If you're in an emergency, you're in an earthquake, and there's, you know, a lot of people using their devices to send text messages to their relatives, receiving text messages. And by the way, you as a disaster risk management authority or agency, send also an SMS text message to alert the communities or to tell them what needs to be done or to send any kind of message. The network will have such amount of traffic at that point that congestion could be there, and therefore some of those messages may not go through. And some of those messages could be precisely the alert or the warning messages that you need so urgently to get to the people. And it has happened before. There are examples where in California, during the fires, they had their messages sent through SMS, took more than 8 hours to actually reach the communities. So imagine you in a situation where you're near the fire, your house is probably going to burn down, and you receive the message 8 hours later. Based on that, California began to roll out the cell broadcast solution to avoid congestion when need to send out messages. So that's a very key difference between cell broadcast and location-based SMS. There are a number of differences that I'm going to go through this slide now and talk about them based on what the technology works or how the technology works. First of all, they all, both cell broadcast and location-based, are compatible or support 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G networks. Maybe the difference is that cell broadcast will need a different system for each type of technology, each type of network. Devices that are being supported by cell broadcast are the same devices that location-based SMS supports. Some cases you have the questions whether the current devices that are in the market, will they be able to support cell broadcast, given that, you know, could be old-fashioned devices, future devices that are being used for several years now. So my answer to that is that, you know, cell broadcast has been there for more than a decade now. It was standardized by the 3GPP in 2012. So it's very likely that most of the devices that are being installed right now, their operating system, iOS or Android, which is the 99% of the operating systems worldwide, those are capable of having cell broadcast. There might be some future phones in the market that are being used right now that may not be compatible with a cell broadcast. But that is normally a very small percentage of the overall market share of, or market of mobile devices within the country. It could be around 10% or 50%. And in the years to come, that percentage will be decreasing so that more mobile devices will be capable of receiving cell broadcast alerts. Transmission type, point-to-area message broadcasted, whether location-based is a point-to-point messaging system, SMS. Communication, bidirectional communication, it's allowed in location-based SMS. Since you are sending messages to one specific phone through SMS, that phone number can send a message back. And normally the message back is an acknowledgement message, which clearly says, hey, I acknowledge that I have received an alert message from you. Okay, and that sometimes is helpful to understand how many devices actually receive the alert. It's kind of a proof way to, a proof method to understand or to know what was the scope and how many devices received the message. In cell broadcast, you don't not have that feature, because as you know, it's a broadcasted message, point to multipoint. The antenna or the cell side is just, it doesn't know how many devices are in their coverage area. It just sends the message to those devices in the coverage area. However, you could include in the message a website, a URL to a website, and based on that URL to the website, whoever receives the message could get there and receive additional information if needed, or provide some feedback to the authorities or the alerting authority that is sending a message. For that, you need to have a data plan. Clearly, you need to have a data plan. If you don't have a data plan, you wouldn't be able to use the URL or to go to the website. Geographic alerting capability, both of them have, geo-targeted capability, local, regional, national. In the case of cell broadcast, it's basically inherent to the technology. The CBC, one of the functions of the CBC is to have that database of the whole cell sites of the network provider. And they use that information to actually decide to which cell sites through the message go through in order to cover the specific areas that are required. In the case of location-based SMS, they can do the same, and to do the same, they use the mobile location center and also send geo-targeted messages. The difference, again, one is congestion and also computational capacity that will be needed for the location-based SMS. Alert dissemination, most devices on the region of interest will receive the alert. In the case of cell broadcasts, as I mentioned, most devices. If it's location-based SMS, you will actually need to have a subscription with your provider to be able to receive the text message. If there is no subscription, there is no way that you will receive the text message. You need a SIM card for that. In the case of cell broadcast, you can even receive the message from a different provider of yours. You have a subscription with provider A and say that that provider doesn't have coverage where you are, but provider B does have coverage. If provider B sends an alert message through cell broadcast, you will receive that alert. The standard has been designed in such a way that every device will receive the alert. Doesn't matter if you are a subscriber of the mobile provider that is actually sending the alert through their networks. Also, roaming or visitors devices will be capable of receiving the alert on the cell broadcast solution. And that is key for some countries that, they have, I have had this conversation with small countries that have very small populations and say, hey, we are 20,000 people, 50,000 people in islands in the Caribbean. We'll be okay with location-based SMS. And you have to think also that you have a floating population that is very high and sometimes even a number of times higher than the actual population within the island or the country. Tourism in the Caribbean is a very important economic sector. And if you can see islands where tourism is way much bigger, way much higher in terms of population year-round than the people who actually live there. So if you have a location-based SMS technology, you wouldn't be allowed or you wouldn't be possible to alert that people that are there, that are tourists. Whereas if you have cell broadcast, the cell phone of those people will actually receive the alert anyway, because it's transparent to the subscriber, it's transparent in terms of being subscriber to the provider. So that's also another, I would say, key element of cell broadcast. It does actually provide alerts to visitors and to floating population who are not actually, or who are just roaming within the country. In the case of location-based SMS, you need roaming agreements between the different providers to be able to do that. Alert dissemination takes few seconds in cell broadcast. Normally in practice, less than 10 seconds or so. In location-based, could take up to several minutes depending on the congestion in the network. Alerting mechanisms, it's key also here that for cell broadcast, you have a unique and a standard ringtone and vibration mode, which anybody worldwide that hears that unique sound and that vibration mode will understand and will immediately know that they are receiving an alert, a warning, and that they have to take some action based on that. On the other hand, location-based SMS doesn't have that standard included. When you received an alert or a warning based on location-based SMS, you received a text message in the same way, in the same fashion that you would receive any other message. So you are not immediately aware of the risks that you may be facing. Network congestion, I'm not going to go over that. I just mentioned that location-based may suffer from network congestion, whether cell broadcast is transparent to network congestion. In privacy, there are 2 points here, location and mobile number, that you actually need that information for location-based SMS. Whether in cell broadcast, you do not need to know what your number is or where you're located. And that might be something critical in terms of data privacy and tracking information, that you know, if you have location-based SMS, could mean that, okay, citizens and the population will say, okay, the government will be tracking me then in order to send me alerts and warning messages, which is something that many people don't trust. And finally, security, in my view, it's way much higher with broadcast messages, since it's difficult to actually hack the system, the MNO, and send messages through the cell broadcast system. On the other hand, location-based SMS, anybody can send I would say, a message to a group of people knowing their numbers and, you know, faking that it's an alert or a warning. That's very simple to do, very easy to do. Some argue that in cell broadcast you can actually hack the towers physically with some drones and begin sending broadcasted messages in the frequencies that mobile providers work, but that's different. That could be done whether you have cell broadcast or you don't. So it's not precisely hacking cell broadcast. Actually, cell broadcast would be very difficult to hack, because that means you have to get into the network of the mobile provider. And we all know that mobile providers have a lot of security in their networks, and it's very difficult to do that. That's something inherent to their commercial service. So there are a number of differences between cell broadcast and location-based SMS that me as an expert, or as person that has been working on this for a while now, I strongly recommend cell broadcast, even though it doesn't have the functionality of acknowledgement that many people say it's very important. For me, it's much more important to get the message through in a timely fashion and let people know what actions do they have to take as soon as possible when they face an emergency, a natural hazard, or even a human-made disaster like terrorism or so. Okay, so how does cell broadcast work? And let's go into a little bit much more of the details on how does it work. So I have divided kind of the early warning system in 4 blocks here. The first block is the alerting authorities, which, you know, are government agencies that have the responsibility of tracking hazards, studying the disasters, the hazards the country faces, and based on that, do their analysis. If there's an urgency, if there's an emergency, they must issue the alert. So they are the alerting authorities. Alerting authorities must be authorized by the government, and there should be a process whereby the government decides which ones are alerting authorities and which ones are not. Because once you are an alerting authority, you have a huge responsibility, and also you have a huge power there, because any message you send out, you can easily be sending messages to the whole of the population in a specific country. So that's quite a responsibility. Normally, disaster management agencies, hydrometeorological services, geology and seismology agencies, the police, the Ministry of Defense, the President's Office, many of those government entities are alerting authorities. They issue the alerts in CAP. I didn't include CAP here, but you know, you just saw a way very detailed presentation about CAP and the importance of having CAP. They can issue those alerts in CAP, send those alerts to the CBE, and when the CBE receives those alerts, the CBE is located in what we name the alert aggregator, which in some cases, in general, I would say is the agency responsible for disaster management within each country. There are some examples where it's not. It could be the police, or it could be other agency that has the resources and the knowledge, technical knowledge, to be the alert aggregator. The CBE is located within the premises of the alert aggregator. Normally it's a software that runs on a server. It can be cloud-based in the case of Mauritius, or as many other places that don't have the resources and the physical locations to have a database, data center, and a server, and the human resources that imply to manage that data center and servers. So you have the CBE, Cell Broadcast Entity, that is located within the government premises, within the alert aggregator, that is a software that receives the CAP message from the alerting authorities. Every alerting authority will basically have a username and a password to that CBE so that they on their own terminal, wherever they are located, can enter and issue the alert through a VPN secure connection to the CBE. Once the CBE receives the alert, the CBE will do three main things. One will verify that the alerting authority is actually an alerting authority authorized by the government to issue alerts. It will verify that the alert complies with the CAP format and with every single information that the CAP format needs to have to be sent out. As Elliot in the last presentation showed you guys, there was a CAP XML text with a lot of specific data related to the description, location, message, and a lot of information that needs to have the CAP message. The CBE verifies precisely that all that it's included, that nothing is missing. And when it has verified the alerting authority and has verified the message, the CAP message, the third thing it must do is precisely send that CAP message to the Cell Broadcast Center, the CBC, which is an element within the mobile network provider, within their core and radio access network. The main function of the CBC is to, as I said before, they have that database of all the cell sites of the network provider, where they're located, and decides based on the information of the CAP message to which cell sites should the message go through. So it does that through the radio access network controllers, which are 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G controllers, and send those messages to the cell site, to the base stations, to be broadcasted to the end terminals and finally to the end user. So that's how it works. You have the alerting authorities who issue the alert CAP, the alert messages based in CAP. You have the cell broadcast entity who verifies that alerting authority, verifies the format of the CAP message, and sends that message to the CBC. The responsible for managing the CBE is the alert aggregator. Then the alert disseminator, the mobile network providers, receive that message on their CBC and send that message through to the people and to the communities which are at risk and need to receive that alert in a timely fashion. So quickly here, the cell broadcast entity, as I said before, is basically an application software that is connected to the CBC, and it's responsible for creating and formatting the CBS messages, cell broadcast service messages. That's done by the alert authorities. The CBC can receive the alert messages from the alerting authorities and forward them to the CBC when the message has been verified, as I said. The CBS message, the cell broadcast message, the alert message, must include information such as target locations, message identifier, start time, end time, number of repetitions, cell broadcast service messages to be delivered. Should be provided by the CBE to the CBC. That's information that the CBE provides to the CBC on the CAP message. Then the government alerting authorities are the one responsible for creating these messages. On the other hand, the cell broadcast center is in the network element. As I said, it's also a software located in the network provider. It's located basically on the servers of the mobile provider. It's responsible for managing the message and sending the message through the network. They could technically modify, delete, replace content, eliminate the cell broadcast message. However, they are not entitled to do that. And the reason is because once they modify that message, they will be acting as if they were the alerting authority. And clearly they are not the alerting authority, and clearly they would be legally responsible if something goes wrong. So mobile providers should receive the message from the CBE and send that message through their networks, through the CBC, in the same exact way that they received the message. It's the alerting authority who has the right to create the message and do what it pleases with that. Okay, so the CBC also is responsible for determining or knowing what cell sites should be sent the message through, as I said before. Now, there are two types of cell broadcast architectures: distributed architecture and centralized architecture. I believe that what Mauritius has, based on the presentation they provided, is a centralized architecture where the CBC is basically shared by a number of mobile providers. In a distributed architecture, as you can see to the left, each mobile provider is owner of their own CBC. So there's the difference here is in terms much more of what the country wants to do and what the mobile providers are also will allow them to do, or will be, I would say, will trust to do. In the case of the centralized architecture, most of the time are the governments who actually are founding the solution by a whole, and they say, if I need to deploy cell broadcast, I'm going to do it in the way that is much more cost efficient to me. And clearly it's much more cost efficient to buy one CBC than to buy two. Basically, it's not like multiplying by two the cost, but anyway, you will need to have additional cost if you're going to have two CBCs. So if it's government found, the government say the efficient way to do this with taxpayers' money or universal service fund money or whatever, funding that the government provides is to have one CBC and one CBE centralized and used by all mobile providers. On the other hand, mobile providers don't like too much that solution for one reason, and it's that they will have to share their information of how their network is deployed, how their cell sites are deployed nationwide to the government through that CBC. And they fear that that information could be then, or could be accessible to their competitors. And, that's something that is key to the business model, key to the mobile provider, and they normally have that information confidential and do not share that information with the competitors. So mobile providers, in my experience worldwide, that have certain amount of market share, 50% of market share or above, or that have the highest market share within the countries, they prefer to have their own CBC and say, you know what, I will pay my CBC, I will finance my own CBC, and I will not share any of my confidential information. To me, that's okay. If you're going to pay for it, if you're going to install it as a government, go ahead and do it. So that takes us to the distributed architecture, which each mobile provider will have their own CBC. In that cases, most of the time are the mobile providers who finance and found their own CBC and have the management of their CBC. Okay, you can have a mixed solution of this. You can have, if you have 3 or 4 mobile providers in the market, you can have 2 or 3 of them sharing their CBC, and you can have one of them having their own CBC. So you can have a mixture of centralized and distributed architecture, as I just mentioned. And there are places that I think will be going that route, where you have 3 mobile providers and one is dominant, it will have their own CBC. The other 2 want to share the cost, so they have just one CBC. So that's a clear example where you can have a mixed solution between a distributed and a centralized architecture. So just to summarize, what are the advantages and disadvantages of a centralized versus a distributed architecture? The advantages for a centralized CBC, clearly the CapEx, the capital expenditure is lower. It could be also quicker to install since you only have to install one CBC. Government can control the wholesale broadcast solution because they own the CBE and the CBC, so they are responsible for the solution. Mobile providers wouldn't be able, for example, to stop messages from going through because they're not the owners of the CBC. Only one team of qualified people will be needed to manage the CBE and the CBC. Distributed CBCs also have their advantages. The network will take full control of the CB channel, the cell broadcast channel, because they have the CBC and they manage the CBC. The information that is confidential doesn't leave the firewall of the network provider, and they clearly see that as an advantage from the mobile point of view, mobile provider point of view. It might be possible for network providers to exploit commercially the cell broadcast system. However, I wouldn't recommend that because, when you receive the cell broadcast text message, you want to make sure that people know that it's an alarm, that it's an alert, a warning, not maybe an ad or an advertisement. Network can choose from their favorite vendor. There are different vendors for the cell broadcast solution, and there are different vendors also for the mobile network. You have Huawei, Ericsson, Nokia, Siemens, and more of those. And you have also different providers for the CBC. So mobile providers usually like to have everything kind of centralized in terms of vendors so the network runs smoothly. Disadvantage of the centralized and distributed solutions is disadvantages for the centralized. Well, the government will bear the whole cost of the installation and the maintenance. Government must identify and train technicians, and that could be a hard one because, governments are not usually very knowledgeable about mobile networks to, the technical specificities and, the field work of mobile networks. In that case, it might be better that, the mobile network will be responsible for their own CBC and let their technicians solve their issues within their network. Government needs to choose the vendor, which can be any vendor, and must support multiple RAN vendors from the multiple providers. That could be an issue when one of the networks, has technologies that are not from a known vendor or that uses equipment that is not from a known vendor. But normally that's not the case. You have Huawei or one of the ones I just mentioned, and everything should be run smoothly then because it's all 3GPP standardized. And the government needs to, arrange to have all the cell data files from the different providers updated in near real time, and also, manage those very carefully so they don't go out of their site to other, or they limited or reduce the likelihood of having leaks of information between their competitors, between the mobile providers on what their cell sites, landscape, or their network is. As I said, that's something that it's very, very precious to the mobile providers, and they treat that information confidentially. Now, the distributed CBC also had its disadvantages. Overall, the cost could be higher, could multiply by the number of CBCs. And networks will need to identify, train also some staff to do maintenance and high availability of the CBCs. Although I believe that that's what mobile providers do all the time anyway in their own networks. Now, it's also important in these networks to have redundancy, because if one CBC goes down or one CBE goes down, you will not be able to send messages through. So it's good to have two CBCs, two CBEs available and in connection, different connections, VPN, secure connections. If you have a CBE in the cloud, which is, I would think, the most favorable solution for many countries, you can also think of having a second CBC in another cloud or having a physical location or so. Now, vendors, usually serious vendors who know that, emergency services need high availability, 99.999% of availability year-round. In the offer they provide, they already include in the cost the redundancy. They already know that they have to provide an additional CBC and additional CBE. At the end of the day, as I said before, it's a software running on a server. So it's easy for them to actually provide mirrors, servers, and softwares that are running independently. But just to highlight the importance of having redundancy on this solution so that you have high availability year-round of the network. Clearly show that there is the 3GPP standard here. You can see what are the main standards for cell broadcast. It began back in 2012. It has been updated a number of times. Basically, every year, every time there's a new technology, you have out there a new 3GPP standard. I showing here the cell broadcast service 3GPP standard, which is maybe it could be much more recently updated. Here is the 2022-12 update, but I guess there should be a 2023 or even 2024 update now. The radio access network controllers relationship with the cell broadcast service in those main standards that you have there. The EU alert and ETSI standard for the European Union that is also basically that's very similar to the 3GPP, if not the same. And you have also the CAP OWAS is a standard that it's also an ITU standard that, as Elliot mentioned before, is being used for this. CAP is being out there for more than a decade also as well. It became a standard back in 2010, so there's a lot of experience also in the CAP standard used for cell broadcast services. Benefits of implementing cell broadcast, to summarize here. Alert messages are delivered within seconds after the alert authority issues the alert. It could be geo-targeted, one cell, local, regional, or even national. It means that in big cities, you can even send messages in specific locations within the city. You do not need to send a message all across the city, within specific sections of the city. It has a standard ringtone and vibration mode, which is, I think, it's key, as I mentioned before, for people to know that it's an emergency and they need to react and take action. It could send hyperlinks and with additional information on the text message, the URL. All end users receive the alert, including those that do not have a contract with the MNO, including those that are not, that are floating population and that are tourists or, that do not live in the location where they are, where the alert is being sent. Alert messages are received by end users in their own language. CAP allows for this, as Elliot mentioned before. It's not affected by network congestion, which means they guarantee that the message will go through in seconds. And privacy is not an issue. End user information is not required. Your location is not required. Your number is not required. Now, going back to this graphic here, let me say, assume that you do not have this system in place. That what you have is basically a number of alerting authorities that monitor the weather, monitor floods, droughts, other meteorological events, and so on. And that they send alert messages through a number of alert disseminators like periodical bulletins, online information, web-based information, even broadcast radio or television. They call the broadcaster and say, I need you to send this alert. Or they send an email to the radio broadcaster so that he can read the message through the programming. And that's kind of a, in my view, what we could have right now in many countries, right? That there is no centralized alert aggregator that receives all the messages and then decides or sends the messages to different channels of communication. How can you solve that in a very easy way? Very easy. Is using CAP. If you have the CBE, if you do a tender process, bidding process, and acquire the CBE, and the mobile providers acquire the CBC, you can train the alerting authorities to use CAP. You can provide them with a VPN connection to the CBE, and easily they will be then now issuing their CAP alerts through the CBE and sending those alerts through mobile providers and even other means of communication. You see down here, it's a CAP gateway to other alert disseminators. The CBE could be a software and transform that software to a public warning system as a whole that has a CAP gateway that could be used by broadcast TV providers, broadcast radio providers, social media, sirens. You can connect sirens to the system. You can, I mean, all those multi-channel disseminators that Elliot described in his presentation as well could be using that gateway to actually send alerts and messages. So by this solution, you basically can scale this solution in the future, in the very short future, to have not only mobile cell broadcast, but also other means of communications in place. Cell broadcast radio and cell broadcast television, I would think that are the next ones to be there because of their high coverage. You can cover a lot, you know, basically the whole country with a few base stations of high power. So it's very easy to integrate the cell broadcast using CAP to the existing early warning system that you have that is not centralized. That's very easy. Technically, it's very easy. I think that most of the time, the barriers to do this is to get the government, the different agencies to actually work together and decide who will be managing what and where will the funding will come from. Once we have that, it's 4 months, 3 to 4 months, and we can have this system up and running. What are some challenges that you might face? As I said at the very beginning, the question that everybody asks when we talk about this is how many people will be able to read and see the alert message using cell broadcast? Well, I would say that 99%, if not 100% of the mobile devices that are sold nowadays in the market have cell broadcast capability. They support cell broadcast. It might be that in the market, a small percentage of those don't have or are not capable of cell broadcast. Maybe 75% to 80% are, and 20 and 25 are not. This will increase in the future as long as they are replacing their devices for newer devices. I think also that if you see it from a positive way, positive point of view, implemented this solution will actually be an incentive for many people that have devices that are not compatible with cell broadcast, future devices that are old, to replace those for newer ones that will give them the advantage of having the chance of receiving alerts and warnings from the government when they need it. And that also has an impact in broadband penetration, digitalization, and so on. Because you will be replacing 2G feature phones, for example, for 4G and higher generation phones and mobile phones. So I see this much more as an opportunity also to have an incentive for the people to upgrade their mobile devices. Now to work, you have to have in mind that once you have the system CBE and CBC, there's an upgrade that needs to be done to the software, to the operating systems of the mobile devices. If you don't do that, you will not receive the alert. And why do you have to do that? Because you have to decide within your government what are the message identifiers. What channels will be related to the presidential alert, to the natural disasters alert, to the Amber Alert of children that are kidnapped and abducted. And once you decide that, the operating system providers must upgrade your mobile phone and send that information to your mobile phone. So you have to work also closely with the operating system providers, which are basically Android, Alphabet or Google, and iOS with Apple. It might be also necessary to put some regulations in place in such way that all the imported devices, when they are homologated, they need to have the cell broadcast feature enabled. That's also something that in some cases, in some places are done. The other one is mobile coverage gaps that I think we had that question this morning from DRC on what do we do in those places that don't have mobile coverage, and that could be in developing countries a high percentage. And most of the time are in those places where, rural areas, small settlements, small communities are located. And it's not, let's say, financially possible for mobile providers to actually cover those places because the cost is very high and the revenue will be very low. So what do we do with that? Well, first of all, I have to say that even if you have a very low signal from the mobile provider, your message will go through. And small signal means that it might be that you're not capable of making calls or sending text messages, but you will receive the alert in the broadcasted mode. So if that may help to increase a little bit the coverage areas where cell broadcast could be provided. Now, if there's no low signal, if there's no signal at all, well, you have alternatives means of dissemination. You have to look then to broadcasters by adding the broadcasters as soon as possible to the system, as I mentioned before, with a CAP gateway. Or you can have even satellite low Earth orbit possibilities. There are new technologies out there from satellite to device or direct to device that are being offered by all these new companies that are coming out there, like Starlink, Space Mobile, Link, O3B that I remember, Kuiper from Amazon. They are building all these low Earth orbit satellite constellations, and they also are included in those constellations frequencies used by mobile terrestrial providers so that they can use those frequencies and send messages from the satellite all the way into the device, directly to the device. That basically would allow to have 100% coverage of all the country, because those satellites, when they are deployed, the idea is that they will provide coverage everywhere. Now, to do that, well, mobile providers will have to come to an agreement with those satellite providers. It might be the case that some regulations, new regulations be needed, because as it is as of today, well, frequencies that are assigned to mobile providers on an exclusive basis and that they pay a lot of money for that are terrestrial frequencies, are only for the use of the mobile providers, and you need to coordinate to avoid interferences if satellite providers are going to be using those same frequencies. So there's a little bit of work to be done there. Nevertheless, we have seen in many places around the world that mobile providers are already making agreements with these satellite providers to offer emergency services, to offer messages, text messages to their subscribers in places where they don't have coverage, right? Even broadband. So I think that in the near future, for the developing world, that should be an excellent news, because it will be the way to actually cover all those places that hasn't been possible to cover nowadays with terrestrial technology. So I will also recommend to look closely to those advances and begin working on that from the regulatory side and also from the private sector. Finally, future coverage from the MNOs should be promoted as well, whether it's from agreements between satellite and terrestrial services providers, or with across the universal service fund that are basically developed to address that problem and offer incentives to the mobile providers or directly the government itself to cover those places that are not covered today. But again, if there are places that are currently not covered by mobile providers, well, clearly they will not have the benefits of a cell broadcast or location-based or any other solution based on mobile providers' networks. Funding is the other challenge. Where do we get the budget from to be able to implement a cell broadcast solution? Those are not, I would say, compared to the location-based SMS, of course they are much more expensive. If you're going to do a location-based SMS solution, well, mobile providers already have in their network the elements they need to do that, right? The MLC, Mobile Location Center, the SMS Service Center, and all those are elements that are currently being used by mobile providers' networks, and it will be relatively less expensive to implement location-based. again, what are the benefits? You can have location-based SMS, but it might be the case that when you need it, it will not work. So I do recommend still cell broadcast, even though that, but you need to have some funding for this, whether it's government funding on 100% from national budget, from universal service funds that are strong and that have enough budget to develop this, or if you can have a government and MNO partnership funding there, where the MNO will fund the CBC or part of the CBC, and the government funds the CBE, finances the CBC. So in those cases, you can have a kind of a public-private partnership, whether it's centralized or distributed solution, and so on. There are also multilateral organizations like the World Bank, the African Development Bank, that will be also interested in financing these solutions, at least for the CapEx, the capital expenditure for the first year to deploy the system, and 2 or 3 or maybe more years of operation and maintenance of the system. Actually, we're working right now with the ITU in some islands in the Caribbean, and it is very likely that the World Bank and CRUZ will, CRUZ, I forgot what CRUZ stands for. But anyway, will finance the whole solution for the first 3 to 5 years. So my recommendation there is that if you're willing to actually deploy this system, I think you can find some funding from multilateral organizations, but you need to show that you really want to deploy this, that you have the organizations, that you have the human resources, at least the infrastructure, and the capacity to maintain or to operate the system after the financing goes down. Stakeholder commitment, that's key. As I always say, stakeholder commitment, government agencies working together. Here you have the regulator, the Ministry of ICTs or Communications or Information, the Disaster Risk Management Office, the alerting authorities, which could be 2, 3, or 4. There's a number of government agencies that should be working together to build this whole system. If they work together proactively, it will be also much more easier to find financial, from external sources. Private sector mobile networks are key. Of course, they are the owners of the network. If they don't contribute, if they're not committed for this, well, it will be very difficult to work on this. So, as I've said before, commitment also, stakeholder commitment on the government side. You know when there's commitment when they allocate budget to the projects. So need to work on that as well. And my final slide here related is to the regulatory framework for cell broadcast. Definitely you will need to modify some regulations or include additional regulations. For the alert aggregator, for example, you need to, by regulation, provide clearly who is the alert aggregator, what government entity will be alert aggregator, what functions will it have, what security policies, and among others, right? So you need to put that very clearly in a resolution, decree, or something like that. MNOs also have responsibilities, and you should include those by regulation. The obligation, for example, to disseminate their alerts through their networks, that's something should be regulated. Participation in alert testing, they should be required to do that every year. There are specific dates in Europe, in the US, in Canada, every year that they do testing of the whole service, and mobile providers should be required to participate. Should be required to comply with a 3GPP standard, among others. Technical specifications should also be included in the regulatory framework, like the message identifiers. That's something you need to decide, what message identifiers you will have. Of course, I mean, you will follow international standards for this as well. Not standards, but what other countries have done, like, or regions have done, like the EU and the United States for this. And standard operating procedures are also key. You need to have standard operating procedures to, to clearly address what is the step-by-step process to issue alerts, all the way from the alerting authority and all the way to the mobile provider and to the end user. Who needs to do what, when, and how. That should be clearly stated. You need, for example, a username and a password to be able to access the cell broadcast entity and the alert aggregator system. If you don't have that, well, it's very difficult to send the alert. Who should have that password? Who should have that username? Who is responsible for that? 24/7. All that should be included on a SOP. Having said that, I think that that's my last slide, and more than happy to answer any questions you might have on cell broadcast.
TRC?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rowan, for your wonderful presentation. I do not know if my question is really for you or maybe to mobile manufacturers through GSMA, probably, if they are involved. Are we talking about emergency messages or how to get in touch with people in case of emergency? And we know that most of the time these emergency situations occur in remote areas. Unfortunately, it may occur anywhere, but most of the time in remote areas. And we discovered that almost everyone has an handset or a mobile phone, but not everyone is connected, because connection is related to network, mainly mobile network, coverage, and so on. Since it's possible on the mobile phone for emergency, like calling number 112 or 911, even without coverage, even without a SIM card in the handset, you can call this number in case of emergency. And this is outgoing calls only, unfortunately. But is there any way to alert manufacturers for this kind, if it will also be possible to receive inwards, let's say CB messages or any other kind of alert, so that we don't have always this network coverage or connectivity as an obstacle? Thank you.
So if I understand your question correctly, this is a situation where communities that are in rural areas, far away, scattered, they have the device, and even there they have the opportunity or they have the capability of making emergency calls to the 911, 123, or whatever 3-digit number, right?
Where it's possible,
when
if
it's
it's
possible.
implemented, yes.
Yeah. So that means that if they have the capability to do that call, they have coverage from the network. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to send that emergency call.
I do not know if there's an expert who can confirm. I know that because I'm also from mobile operator background. I don't know if it has changed, but I think according to the actual standard of mobile communication, it's still possible even without a SIM card in your phone.
Exactly.
When it's implemented, to call a short number, emergency short number, if it's implemented within either your area, your country, or whatever. So I was just wondering if it's also possible in the same way, because that is not related to a coverage anymore. If
No, but
obviously you should have a coverage.
If you don't have that SIM card, and if you are able to send out an emergency call,
exactly.
Absolutely you will be able to receive a cell broadcast alert message. Because at some point there is a signal there.
Exactly.
And you do not need a SIM card to receive this message. You do not need even to be a subscriber of the mobile provider to receive the message. As long as there is the device and it's turned on, the message will go through.
Zimbabwe.
Thank you for the detailed presentation. Mine is just seeking clarification. There is a point where you were talking about location-based SMS, and I think if I picked it right, you indicated that for location-based SMS, you need to know the recipient's number. So my question is, if you need to to know the recipient's number. What are the major difference from the ordinary SMS? Because you also need to know the recipient's number if you are going to send a message to that recipient.
No, but what I was saying about that is precisely for a cell broadcast solution, you do not need to know the number.
No, it's location-based.
Exactly, that's on location-based case. So there's a difference between the two in which privacy data is not needed. So on cell broadcast, you do not need to track the location nor the number. On the other hand, on location-based, you do need that information.
Yeah, that's really my point. So my question is, what is the difference from an ordinary SMS and a location-based SMS?
The difference is very small. It's basically that for location-based SMS, you do a different computational analysis or computational actions within the network, because you have to go to the mobile location center to be able to understand where that device is located, and then send the SMS to those devices in the location that you want to send the message. When you send that SMS normal message, you send it regularly to where the device is located, doesn't matter where. But if you want to send an alert message, you have to know exactly precisely the region where you want to send it, and do the computational or access the database of the location of the mobile phones to be able to know which mobile phones are located in that area, and then through that information, send a text message to those numbers of those devices located exactly in that area. So there's a very small difference, but basically location-based SMS is using the capabilities of a normal, regular SMS. The same channels, they share the network for traffic, and that's why you can have congestion sending SMS messages. Emergency alert messages using location-based SMS. Very similar, if that goes to your question.
There's a question from Mauritius online. Mauritius, go ahead.
Colleague yesterday informed you that we are already in the process of implementing the CBC. So we made some tests about the mobile phones where we noted that there were some features, some different mobile phones are having some different features. I'll give you one example is on some phones we are getting, for example, tsunami alerts, where it is enabled or disabled. Okay? On some other phones we are getting the channel about the option about child abduction. Because you know in Mauritius we have lots of different different types of mobile phones. Okay, so what we are saying is if we ask our supplier to configure for example, the presidential channel, will it be a problem on some phones which we ask we make a campaign to ask the people to enable this feature on their phones. So what I mean to say is, will it be an issue if we enable only one channel and the mobile phones is not supporting, for example, cyclone or rainfall? Do you get my point, please?
Kindly repeat the question. It wasn't very audible.
Repeat.
Actually, what I mean to say is we have tested some mobile phones in Mauritius. We could see that there are different options where we can enable. For example, we have tsunami, we have flooding, at times we have child abduction. For the case of Mauritius, for example, we wanted to activate only for the case of heavy rainfall. Okay? And we'll be asking the supplier to configure it on the presidential channel, the message identifier. If these mobile phones are being enabled with the different options about tsunami, child abduction, will it be the same message that will be got on the mobile phones?
If correct me if I'm wrong, you're asking about the opt-out possibility that the customer has with the mobile device to not receive alert messages? Is that what we're talking about? I don't understand you very clearly what your question is.
I think the mobile phone in Mauritius, when they are sold, they have certain numbers for certain services. Perhaps the colleague from Mauritius can elaborate, because in some countries when you buy your mobile phone, they are not preloaded short codes or other information. But it's a valid point. Let us elaborate on that to see how we can assist the online participant.
Okay. So our main challenge is arisen with mobile phone suppliers, namely Apple. So to enable an environment for cell broadcast to reach all mobile phones. So she is asking whether the alert for the disaster center should be customized so that we send them to the mobile operator, the supplier, so that they can amend, so that they can customize it, so that we can send it to the mobile supplier. For example, Apple and all that.
I think I understand what you mean, and I have seen that happening in other places, but the solution is quite simple. Because when you implement the cell broadcast solution, you have to provide some specific channel to the message identifiers. So you have to decide what channel used to each type of message identifier, which are, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 presidential alerts, amber alerts, disaster alerts, hazard alerts, tsunami alerts, hurricane alerts, and choose from the message identifiers which is each one of those, so that when you send an alert, you send it through the right channel and it goes to the device. Now, when you do that, the manufacturers of that device, the operating system, must do an upgrade, a software upgrade, exactly to let the device know, or the software know, which channels are related to the message identifiers. Once they do that upgrade, the mobile device should be able to receive the alerts. Now, the discussion is when to do the upgrade. Normally, iPhones and devices that run on Android do upgrades every month, every 3 weeks. You see them when you turn on their iPhone or open your iPhone or your Android device and say, hey, you need to upgrade the software. Once you do that, it will install the new message identifiers and it should work from there. But people must do the upgrade of the software when it's required. If they don't do it, I myself, sometimes I take a couple months or 3 months and I say, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, because it's a hassle. So if that happens, I would not receive the messages. I would not receive the alert messages for 3 months until I do the software update. But that's something that, in a couple months or so, or gradually will be increasing once you have the implementation.
When you mention software, it is a CBE.
When I mention software, it's the operating system of the device.
Okay.
It's the operating system of the device. I hope that's been useful. If not, I have people in Apple that could help you with that. I know.
Malawi. You can go ahead.
Yes, in terms of policies and regulations, I want to know whether ITU can provide support in terms of necessary enabling legal environment. Do you provide support in legal framework?
Yes, I mean we can provide that support, but it should be requested by the government. We are actually working on trying to have a database of different regulations that are out there in different countries, so that you can look at different examples. There's not a one fit for all, right? But looking at different examples, it might be helpful for the other countries. Yeah.
Also, I have another question. I want to know whether end users need to configure their mobile phone settings in order to receive SMS CBC message, or it will be displayed automatically on their phones.
They will receive it automatically, but it could happen that some of the message identifiers have the opt-out option. So that, for example, in the US, if you receive an Amber Alert and you don't want to receive those alerts more, you go to the settings of the mobile phone and find out the way to opt out of the messages. Now, I can't imagine that somebody reasonable will opt out of the hazard alerts. You know, I mean, if there's a tsunami coming on an earthquake, I would clearly want to be advised. So there's an opt-out option, but you know, once the software the operating system upgrade is done, it's there. It's not that you have an opt-in option, you have an opt-out option, which is different.
Malawi.
Yeah, I have another question in terms of sensitization and awareness. So I want to know, before sending the alert to the population, they don't know about CBC. It's something new for them. I want to know whether ITU can provide support in terms of sensitization awareness campaign so that the population are aware of the CBC message that they will be receiving.
I would recommend to do what is being done in many other countries, that they specify a specific date that every year they will be doing testing. So you must specify now that you are deploying the system a specific day to do the testing. Make a lot of PR, advertisement, broadcasters that people get to know, you know, we're going to run a test this day at 12 at noon or at 2 p.m. or whatever, and that they know that it's an alert, that it's coming, and that they are getting to test something that it's new and that will be beneficial for them. I mean, that's kind of what I would recommend. I mean, there's no kind of you know, a step-by-step approach. You have to make the advertisements, publicize it, and do that testing when ready.
I have a last question. Apart from mobile phones, what are the other technologies, platforms that will be able to receive CBC messages? Apart from mobile phones, do you have other technologies?
I'm not aware of that, like tablets or so. I don't think so. Again, other technologies could be, other devices or terminals could be used through a CAP gateway, which in your case should be very easy to implement. Very easy to implement a CAP gateway. Because broadcasters, TV broadcasters, they already have the elements to send text in the screen. They use that all the time for, you know, language, for, so if they have that, they already can send CAP messages. So just they need the CAP gateway and a VPN connection to the CBE and send those alerts through broadcasting television. Should be very easy.
Malawi.
Okay, could you go to the slide on the technical solution? Could you go to the slide on technical solution? Yeah, even that one, I think that, even that one is okay. Okay, that one, yes. Maybe apart from California, I just want to know if you've got experiences from other countries where the deployment has been done, either distributed or architecture. Okay. Apart from an example that you've shared of California using cell broadcast, do you've got experiences from other countries which you've deployed either distributed architecture or centralized architecture, whereby the success rate for the arrays that are coming out either from the CBE, if it is distributed architecture, or from CBC, from centralized architecture, is very, very, very high. However, the alerts that are being received by the population is very low. If there's been a case like that one, and how has it been resolved? I don't know if that is clear.
What do you mean by the population is received very low? The message?
Yes,
You see
the
that the
alerts
population is
themselves.
very low?
Yes.
Well, I haven't seen that. Well, okay, so there are two questions in one. So for the first one, you see different solutions everywhere in the developing and the developed world. Europe, for example, for sure. Greece is an example of a centralized solution where all mobile providers got together and say, hey, we can pay for this, the three of us together, we don't need to go each one with a CBC, and they by themselves decide to pay for that. The US, every provider has its own CBC. Places like Lithuania, they build a centralized solution. I know that Moldova might be building a centralized solution. Yeah, I mean, you can find different examples. Other places have distributed solutions or mixed solutions. I mean, it works. Technically, it could work. Any of those solutions could work. Doesn't have an issue. Now, with regards to receiving a small number of devices, the message, I haven't seen that recently. It could have been a problem about, let's say, 6 years, 8 years ago, because the standard was kind of new and not many people had upgraded their mobile phones. But nowadays, I don't see that happening. It happened recently, but because of other reasons, in Mexico, for example, that they launched their CBC, their cell broadcast service, and did the testing about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was awful. Basically, they have technical issues, I believe, and in my view, it might be that the vendor who was actually implemented the solution didn't have enough experience to do that. So it didn't work well in the launching and the testing they did for the first time. And that's key, that's critical, because that's when you create trust with the people, right? If you announce a lot that you're gonna send the message, that you're gonna be doing a testing, and half of the population doesn't receive the message, or more than half of the population, well, they start to not have trust on the system, right? So that happened there. I will recommend to, when you do this, find a vendor that has experience on this, that has deployed this in other places, that you can easily know that the solution that they offer actually works and has been working in other places. Otherwise, you might face some struggles at the beginning and lose trust and confidence on the solution from the people. More than that, recent years, normally when you send the testings and when you do the test and when you deploy the system, above 80% of the people will receive the message if it's well designed, if it's well deployed. So I haven't seen that.
There is also a third option, which is CBC, software as a service. The CBC is on the cloud. Can you elaborate on it, please? We can use CBC as a service.
You can have both a CBE and the CBC as a service. And actually, the CBC runs in the server of the mobile provider. So when they agree, for example, to have a centralized solution, most of the time they will put that in a third-party server, right? It could be in a cloud server. Anyway, as long as they have the VPN connection to their core network, to the radio access network. I have seen examples in the Caribbean that some providers have the CBC located in country X, Panama, and they offer the cell broadcast service in Martinique, in other island. So that means that they can locate the CBC in the server that they have regionally and provide services to specific islands in the Caribbean, which is basically the difference from that is that they have their own servers, but they could clearly have a third-party server, a cloud-based solution, and put the CBC, which is a software, on that server and connect that server to the VPN. They don't do that often because they are very jealous about who has access to their network. Mobile providers know that that could raise some security issues, so they rather put the CBC on their own servers.
And in terms of costs, and in terms of how long it will take to receive the message, will it affect the network? Yeah.
We can talk in the coffee break.
There was a question behind
Thanks for the presentation. So I have two questions. The first question is on the message structure itself. I think in your introduction, you mentioned about the differences of the message structure for the different two types of methods which we are looking at here. So one of the challenges that we face mostly when we're implementing SMS-based solution is the limit of characters. Okay, usually it's 160 characters when you are sending an SMS. I'm just wondering that if you are using the other method, does it allow like to send more than 160 characters? Because most of the users, like in the rural areas, they have feature phones. So if you send a message which is bigger than 160 characters, sometimes the sequence of the messages, it becomes difficult for the recipient to understand the messages. So I just wanted to understand in that aspect. The second question is on the integration. I know once the solution is operational, it might create demand from different stakeholders or partners that they might need to integrate with the whole solution. So from your experience at the aggregator level, where you have to integrate with the CBE, is the software open enough that it doesn't require the vendor intervention when maybe you want to integrate with a third-party system, or it has an integrated layer where it will be easier for the third-party solutions, or maybe sensors or whatever system, maybe AI-based, can be easily integrated in the system in the spirit of automation. Thanks, and over.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got some few questions for Johan based on this presentation. So the first one is, in view that there are different policymakers here from Ministry, NRA, what kind of budget, if you're aware, would they be thinking of budgeting? That is, if you have the figures, because they need to probably factor it into their budgets if they decide to go across with this solution. So that would be maybe one of the first ones. And then you also mentioned something about ICPs which may be willing to fund. Maybe you could just enlighten them on which entities are most likely willing to or will be able to support them with such a deployment. And my third question would be on the maintenance cost, because you mentioned the ICP might support for maybe 3 years, but what would be the maintenance cost component? Would it be the licenses after that which they will need to keep paying for after that particular period? And then my last one is just like a comment. I think most governments in Sadc seem to be not really fully on cloud. So since you indicate that cloud may be cheaper, but most governments are on-premise, how would that affect the running costs as well? Thank you.
Well, I have like 7 questions in my head. Hopefully I don't forget anyone. So to go to your questions about the characters, yes, I mean, with a cell broadcast, actually you can have chain messages that will have a specific identifier, so you get the messages the way it should be. That is included also in the CAP standard, that you can chain different messages that need to be sent out, basically to overcome that challenge of the number of characters that some mobile devices accept. I don't remember exactly. I know that it's up to 15 messages that you can chain up. So if you multiply 15 by 160 characters, it could be like 1,300 characters, 1,400 characters around that you can send, and the devices will be able to receive, because it's a different message every time. And then that's to your question. I hope that answers that question. That's included in the standard, by the way. Now to the integration part, I didn't understand very well what your question was. Can you repeat precisely what do you mean by integration, with whom, or how it is?
All right. What I mean is, once the solution is in place, there might be different, maybe the different partners or stakeholders that might be interested to integrate different systems. For instance, maybe there's a certain flood modeling software that has been created that might need to send alerts to using the same channel. So on the point of integration, other than maybe having a user to go into the system and put the alerts in the system, so perhaps maybe you need an automated way of integrating with the system. So I was asking that, in your experience, do you have that kind of a setup where you have another system integrating with at the CBE level, such that whenever there is maybe a flood or whatever hazard has happened, a disaster has happened, automated alerts can be integrated at the CBE level?
I got you. So if you go too long,
okay,
you kind of
okay.
lose the question. So
thanks.
I got you.
Yeah.
So basically what we're looking there is at CAP, because CAP, the interface between the CBE and any alert aggregator that might have already a software to issue alerts, right? If you have a software that has been already implemented to issue alerts, it might be very possible that that is CAP, because it's free, it's open source, it's not proprietary. I don't think that anybody, at least the countries here represented, are using any other software that would be proprietary or so, another other system. Now, if they have, they must also request that CAP be included in that software so that CAP can be used as the interface to send the alerts. In addition to that, if you build up the CBE and you request the vendor to integrate that to an old system that you have, well, that might include some additional costs that will not, be, that wouldn't be efficient to assume. It would be much better to go into CAP than to pay additional costs for the integration of the X kind of software or technical solution that you already have. As I said, the integration with CAP, it's very easy currently. So I would recommend go that way. Yeah, haven't seen the difference there. Okay, so to the Chisepo's questions, Sadc questions, the cost question, that's a question that comes up a lot. Every design is different. There are different mobile providers. There are some mobile providers willing to pay for the solution full or at least in part. There are different requirements, so we don't have kind of or I haven't seen a cost analysis that would say, this is X amount and it's like that for everybody. That doesn't work that way. For the work we're doing here in the Caribbean and ECTEL, for example, we're doing that for 5 countries. This is a case where 5 countries decided to unite and together build the system for all of them because they have the same mobile providers, they have the same regulations, they are small islands with small populations, they need economies of scale to be able to afford the solution in the future, and the cost in that case is very different. If, for example, you would like to have a number of countries that are geographically located, that have the same mobile providers and so on, it might be the case that maybe you can also have economies of scale integrated in one solution. It might be a little bit different because your populations are way much higher, your networks are way much complicated, but that's different. So cost-wise, it's not easy to come up to a number. Having said that, just have round numbers, round numbers about this. It might be that a CBC, only one CBC, if you purchase only one CBC, depending on the size of the network, the number of licenses that it needs, the number of cell sites, towers, and so on, it could be around easy $600,000, $800,000, depending again on the size of the network. Now, if you decide to go with only one vendor and have an integrated solution, CBE, CBC, and all mobile providers will have the same vendor for the CBCs. Again, there are economies of scale, and you might get a good discount on that. What I have said is list prices, and normally if you have a bidding process, a transparent bidding process, where it's a competitive process and different vendors, bid for to offer the solution, you could get discounts up to 40% or more. So it depends. Again, it's not simple to say what the price at the end will be. The CBE is more or less the same. There's not a, it's not like you go and over the shelf buy the solution and have a plain tariff for this. Now, with regards to the maintenance and operation, normally the vendors of the solution, which is a software, they cover every year a license fee for 24/7 customer service updates.
May I request that you try and summarize the
Okay.
responses, because colleagues have been sitting since 1:30. I'm sure half
Oh my
of us,
goodness.
our
1 minute.
concentration span is already
Thank you. There's
down.
a lot
Yeah,
of
just,
questions.
please
We
just,
have a lot of questions here now.
I know, but the good thing is we've started the conversation, and I'm sure they will continue even
Yeah.
When we stretch our legs.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So just to close the costing question that Sadc said, the maintenance and operations, the license fees for the software to have 24/7 customer service and updates to the software and all on, it is between 10 to 15% of the capex, of the capital expenditure of the cost of the software annually. So that's not much if you think that it's to save lives, by the way, maintenance and operation. So I guess I addressed those questions, and having said that, if there are any further questions, I'm available in the coffee break, and feel free, yes, to ask me additional questions if you have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's give him a round of applause, and then we close the session. We now break for tea. It's 4:07. And we come back at 4:30.
Now, what do? You call your family and friends to tell them you're okay. You check online to see what's happening. You call the authorities to ask for help. But what if there is no way to make calls? No way to check online? No way to communicate with anyone at all? What would you do? Communication is becoming more and more important in our lives. It allows people, businesses, societies to stay connected at home and across the globe. When struck by disaster, communications is vital to our survival. It allows us to contact loved ones, to access information, to search for a safe route away from danger. With communications, we can receive assistance, provide feedback, and have a say in the response and recovery of our own communities. With communication, humanitarian response teams can understand what people need the most and deliver life-saving assistance. In the Emergency Telecommunications Cluster, we work together to provide shared communication services to all those responding to humanitarian emergencies. Together with humanitarians, governments, companies, and communities, we work towards helping people affected by disaster to be safe, protected, and to lead their own response efforts. To achieve this, we need strong partnerships and collaboration. We rely on our network of humanitarian, government, and private sector organizations to help us carry out our critical work around the world. In the ETC, our network of experts work to ensure communities can communicate when disaster strikes, strengthening their ability to prepare for emergencies and supporting their leadership as first responders. We work with governments in disaster-prone countries to prepare for crises, supporting their ownership of national humanitarian response and recovery efforts. In the ETC, we work to ensure people, processes, equipment, and technology solutions are ready to go when disaster strikes, globally, regionally, locally. The ETC calls upon the support of a wide range of partners to ensure that all those responding to emergencies have access to vital communication services, transforming aid delivery, and ultimately saving more lives. Communications is the link to survival. Visit etcluster.org or contact global.etc@wfp.org.
small housekeeping issue. There is this form that will be making rounds. It's especially for those of us that are not from Malawi, those that have come from abroad. We need you to fill in your departure time and the date for your departure for logistical purposes. So the form will be making rounds. Please, once it comes, fill in and then pass it to the next person so that by the end of business today, we have this information. It's so crucial. So we expect every one of us that are flying out to fill in their departure date and the time. Thank you so much.
again. I now call upon the SADC Secretariat to make presentations.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just waiting for the technical team to beam the document. Yes, thank you very much. In this session, we are supposed to look at setting up a directory of NETP focal point persons. So we've sent the list of focal point template, a template which was shared with all of you, and some of the member states have given us the information, but others have not. So we just needed to confirm from those who may not have all the information, if the information is correct. So we can start with Angola in this case. We have Mr. Matias Borges as the first focal point person from the Ministry of ICT, but we do not have anyone from the NRA. So we were trying to find out if you have a name or you are still consulting. But we need it before the end of the workshop, so you would need to still provide it at least by tomorrow. So Angola will provide. Yes, then Botswana, we don't currently have any focal points from Botswana because they're not in attendance, but we've sent them an email to nominate 2, despite the fact that they have elections and are not physically present. For Comor, we have Youssef Sol and Hussein Abdou Fattah. I hope I'm pronouncing them correctly. We received a letter from the ministry in Comoro. So I'm not sure if the delegate present is aware of these 2 focal points, but this one it came through an official letter, so I take it this is in order for Comoros. Then DRC, we have Mr. Blaise and Dr. Imaja. DRC confirm.
Yes, dear Chisepo, I can confirm, but regarding the NRA, I do not know if you can allow a few times that we do consult back home, because we would like to change the alternate focal point.
No, that is still fine. You can just email to us the updated name.
Okay. Thank you.
Then for Lesotho, it's Mr. Kiba and Ms. Masechaba. I think this one is correct. We don't have any nominees from Madagascar, so we've sent them an email to request for 2 focal points. And then for Malawi, would you advise who would be the focal point persons for Malawi? We currently only have like the DG and from the ministry, Mr. Katema, but I'm just confirming if that is correct, or you would want to probably include the director responsible instead of the DG, unless the DG is still fine.
We will provide.
So thank you, Malawi. We need the name before, like tomorrow, we'll agree on a time once I'm done with going through all the different member states, what time you should provide. Probably before 10 though, because we need to adopt all the deliberations of the meeting. For Mauritius, we have Mr. Yogesh and Ms. Nilofer. I think that should be correct.
It's okay, it's confirmed.
Mozambique, they have elections. They actually had elections yesterday, but we still managed to get 2 names, so we are okay with Mauritius. Mozambique. For Namibia, we got a nominee from the ministry, Mr. Benjamin Amomo, and Ms. Ronell from the regulator. Seychelles, we are still following up. We sent them another email today. We don't have any nominees from Seychelles. South Africa is not physically here, but they gave us 1 focal point. We have asked them to submit at least a second name. So we are waiting for South Africa to get back. Tanzania, we have 2, Mr. Philemon Mashaina, who is physically present, and Engineer Givens Mtweve. And then for Zambia, we have Mr. Miu Namakuni, Collins Mbulo as the focal points. And Zimbabwe, we have Mr. William Crofate and Mr. James Madia. So for those who have only got 1 name, we will still need alternate names. I take note that Malawi will submit the actual names of the focal points, and then we'll follow up with member states who haven't submitted any name at all. So Angola will wait for 1 additional name from you. So that's about the focal points from the Ministry of ICT and NRA. Eswatini, yes?
Sorry, I think you skipped Eswatini in your list.
Oh, Eswatini, we have Mr. Comfort Wandile Mlanga and Minehle Masuku. I hope I'm pronouncing them correctly. It's correct? Yeah, so Eswatini we managed to get because we collected this information directly from the delegate. So with that, that is currently where we stand. We are not at 100%, but I think we are almost like 80% or 85% done. But we are also requesting from all the delegates present to send us the heads of your disaster management agency contact, the name of the agency and the name of the head of the agency. If you also have the email and the phone number, we will also appreciate that. So you can just get us those details, the name of the agency, email of the head, and yes, phone number if possible. Also, appreciate it if you can do it by tomorrow, because we can't miss the agency responsible for disaster. It will not be a complete directorate, as you would imagine. So thank you very much. I think with this, we are done with this particular session. Chair, I'm told there's a question from South Africa online, so technical team, please put up the volume so that we can pick that question.
We can ask the question.
Yes,
Thank you. I just wrote the question in the chat. I'm with the telecom operator in South Africa. I was just wondering, who is the focal point name for South Africa, please? Thank you.
So the focal point person from South Africa is Mrs. Mariam Paul. She's with the Department of Communication, DCDT. But we need another name from, ideally from the regulator. I hope that's okay, Paul.
Giuseppe, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Okay, we were getting an echo, but I was saying that the focal point from South Africa is Mrs. Mariam Paul from DCDT, Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. but we need another alternate from the regulator.
Thank you very much.
Through Madam Chair, can I ask a question to Sepo?
Yes, sorry. You can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Chisepo and Dr. Hansiyu, we had, the cost of setting up, self-broadcasting and location-based solutions, and these range from 600 to 800,000, depending on the configuration. And then now, as we are setting up the focal points in our member states, is it possible to come to have a recommendation of the workshop that the member states will consider supporting the procurement of the location-based and self-broadcasting equipment or solutions in the respective countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's a question from SATA representing operators. So you would actually not be surprised why the question is coming. But to answer that, Jacob, the consultant did indicate that different configurations can be explored where the member state can decide to bear the whole cost on its own if it wants to control both the CBE and the CBC, or they can share it with MNOs, especially where the operators say they want to control the CBC for themselves. So if it's a distributed configuration, some MNOs may be more willing to bear the cost of setting up their own CBE so that they don't have to share too much information with the regulator. Because if the government bears the entire cost, it will ask them for a lot of information which some may not be comfortable sharing, and non-disclosure agreements will be involved. So it kind of depends on which decides to deploy.
Another question. The Sadc Secretariat.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, can I come back again?
Yes, you can come back. Go ahead, Sata.
Madam Chair, thank you, Giuseppe. So maybe as a recommendation for the workshop is that we take out what is explained now as detailed by the consultant, that the member states would decide on what configuration and approach to follow in terms of procuring the required equipment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So before I conclude, we shall share with you a template for the DRM agency. It will be quite similar to the one we shared for focal points. Thank you. I now hand over to Dr. George for the next session.
So for colleagues, for this particular agenda item, we wanted to find out which member states have actually set up a national emergency telecoms working group. If so, if you have a TOR, talk a little bit to that, how it was set up, what are the members of that working group, and if your TOR, if you do have a draft TOR, if you could share with the Sadc Secretariat, what we would do is try to merge them into one document and share with you. So for those that are about or planning to set up a working group, can use that as a good reference or starting point. So we can start from Angola and then we can move across to see which member states have established. If you're not, you just say that you do not have presently, or you have not set up emergency telecommunications, a national emergency telecommunications working group.
We don't have for the moment.
Comoros? No. DRC?
Bon, nous avions jusqu'à ce niveau un task force qui est en train d'interagir avec d'autres services. Notre objectif était d'abord de comprendre comment le plan de télécommunications d'urgence est réalisé. Et à partir de cette réalisation-là, nous allons fédérer, comme nous avions dit hier, les autres acteurs importants pour que nous produisions un travail d'ensemble. Et jusqu'à ce niveau ici, nous sommes au niveau de... Donc nous recevons des alertes venant du centre de météorologie. Nous travaillons avec les centres de télécommunications par satellite. Et les messages, nous les soumettons aux autorités au niveau du gouvernement. Le gouvernement, via le ministère de l'Intérieur, principalement au niveau de la police, la protection civile, parce que quand il y a une catastrophe, le premier arrivé sur le terrain, c'est la protection civile. Et une fois le ministère de l'Intérieur reçoit les messages que nous, le comité des agrégateurs, à ce niveau où nous fonctionnons, nous avions validé ces messages-là, eh bien, le ministère de l'Intérieur est chargé de la diffusion de ces messages-là. Et à ce niveau-là, nous avons des axes. Donc, nous avons au niveau des SMS avec 160 caractères pour réduire un peu le contenu au niveau des SMS. Nous convoquons les MNO pour la diffusion. Et nous disposons d'un numéro court, 112, auquel la population peut, n'est-ce pas, accéder à ce niveau-là. Et nous faisons un peu la répétition. Alors, pour ce qui concerne les messages longs, nous passons par notre collègue, une autre agence de régulation des médias au Congo, qui est aussi partie prenante comme agrégateur aussi dans les task force. Alors, lui se charge des messages longs qu'il envoie au niveau des presses, que ce soit la presse écrite ou la presse audiovisuelle. Et aussi, s'occupe aussi des presses en ligne, auxquelles il envoie les messages d'alerte. Voilà un peu de manière ramassée, on peut dire un peu aléatoire, un peu embryonnaire, comment nous fonctionnons. Et c'est pour ça que nous avons besoin de l'accompagnement de la Sadc et de l'IT pour que nous formalisions cette structure-là et nous respectons les normes comme nous venons d'apprendre ici, et puis que nous mettons en place vraiment la structure professionnelle dynamique pour un pays comme le Congo. Voilà notre petite contribution.
Thank you so much, DRC, for briefing us on your task force. Let us be brief in our interventions. Do you have a TOR for this task force? You could share with us.
Nous sommes en train de travailler un document d'ensemble qui n'est pas encore validé. C'est pour cela que je me réserve de confirmer les termes de référence. Mais il y a un document de base qui n'est pas encore validé au niveau de la haute autorité. Merci.
thank you so much. Kingdom of Eswatini.
Thank you. But let me pass for now. I'm still trying to get my colleagues online.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Lesotho, continue.
Yeah, how do I put this? Currently, we have just started to work on this National Emergency Telecommunication Plan. But I would say that we are still in the early stages. However, there is some documents, some policies and a plan that was done some few years back, of which I would say that is the one that we are doing following. Through Lesotho.
Director Kiba.
Yes, sir.
We only want to know if Lesotho has set up emergency telecommunications working group, and if you have a TOR, and who are the members on it, not about policies now.
Okay.
If a group
so
has been set up,
all right.
if they have a TOR, this is what we want to find out.
All right. So we have just started to establish that group, although we are still in discussion because there is some, when we start, there's some organization, they will claim that I'm the one supposed to lead, I'm the one who's supposed to lead. So we are still in the discussion. We have some terms of reference, but which we were using for other plans, of which the plan was
Lesotho. Eswatini, are you ready? Okay, let's move on to Malawi.
Thank you, Chair. We have the working group. In terms of composition for the members of the working group, we have MACRA, we have UN organizations like WFP, UNICEF. We have the energy provider, ESCOM, Ministry of Information and Digitization, the ISPs, MNOs, the city councils, and of late we've engaged the Revenue Authority and Immigration because of the challenges that we've been having in relation to the Tampere Convention. Thank you.
I believe you also have the maritime agencies, right? Police, military, right?
Yes. Yeah.
You are well set up. You are way ahead. The TOR, you have it set up already? You already have a TOR?
Yeah, we have the draft TOR.
Okay.
And we've met, I think, is it 2, if not 3 times?
Okay, can you share with the Secretariat?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you so much. Mauritius?
Red Cross and other NGOs, plus Tanzania Meteorological Agency, plus our disaster department from the Prime Minister Office. But this is not formalized yet. We have this group, but it's not formal because we have not created that TOR for the operation of this. But they are very known and they are in our database. That they are,
So it's an informal grouping Your relevant stakeholders, TOR yet to be set up, yet to be established. Okay. Zambia?
Sorry, what's the question, Chair?
Okay. The question is that if you have set up an a national emergency telecoms working group, who are the stakeholders that you have brought to the table, and if you have a TOR for that group?
Yes, we have several committees under our Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit Act. We have one for the telecoms group. We have one for the agriculture and another one for the defense. So we have a disaster operations manual which specifies the terms of reference for every single subcommittee under the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit.
Okay, so from your intervention, it appears that it is an entity under the DRM agency. Hmm?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, and it has a terms of reference to say what is its responsibilities, how the chair is appointed, who are the members. That TOR, can you share with us?
Yes, Chair, it can be shared. The only problem with the operations manual is that it's at high level, it's at permanent secretary level. So this is how the implementation has been difficult, but yes, I'll share the disaster management manual.
Thank you so much. Zimbabwe?
In Zimbabwe, we do have the working group, and however, the terms of reference are yet to be finalized. The stakeholders in the group include on policy, that is the Ministry of ICT, and in regulatory, that is the POTRAS, the Telecommunications Regulator of Zimbabwe. Then we've got government ministries. We do have telecoms and broadcast stakeholders. We also have the Department of Civil Protection. We have civil society and stakeholders and NGOs. Then I think that's basically that.
You mentioned other ministries. Which other ministries?
For an example, we do have meteorology, geosciences, natural sciences, infrastructure, and emergency services. You find that like the therapy, they also come in. Zimbabwe Public Police. So we've got various ministries.
Okay. TOR?
Currently, we are yet to finalize the terms of reference.
That means you have a draft?
Not check. We have to confirm, but
okay. Eswatini?
Yeah, we have the the final document. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of the team. I've shared the document with Chisepo earlier on.
Yeah.
I was trying to get through to my colleagues back at home. Seemingly I can't get through to them. Thank you.
Okay. The stakeholders?
Pardon?
The stakeholders that form that group. Yes,
it's,
ministry.
Yeah, it's the regulator, the government agencies, and private companies.
Private companies.
Yes.
In other words, ICT private companies. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So we have we are on track. Some of you are leading. Already have established your working group. You have your TOR in place. Some of you are still in the draft stage. Some of you have not. Some of you do not have any structures on the ground. Please share your TORs. Please share your TORs with the Sadc Secretariat. What we'll do will be something work in progress. We also have a good contribution from WFP. So what we'll do, we'll put it together and come up with a document that will help you as a starting point when you set up your group to use that as a TOR for your National Emergency Telecoms Working Group. Namibia, you were requesting for the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Currently, we have a working group, but we don't have a TRO. The working group consists of representatives from the security cluster, the OMAS, and
security cluster,
the police, NDF, and OMAS is a different ministry within government department. Okay. We have also CRAN on board and the Weather Meteorological Services, and private entity and civil organizations. Thank you.
Okay, okay, good, good. See so in this draft document that we're going to prepare, actually we already have something. We're going to list all the different flavors of stakeholders that you should be considering to be part of your task force. Okay? Okay, so thank you so much for this particular session. I think we have enough. Nevertheless, Chisepo, is there anybody online who may contribute? Huh? Sata. Yes, Jacob. Jacob, you have the floor.
Hello, Dr. Tafio, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Is regards what is the best practice of setting up the working groups? Maybe this question is for our consultant Yuan, because we have seen the case from Zambia is that it's a committee under the DRM department, and then the other case study is that it's a standalone working group. So maybe the question is, what is the best practice in establishing this working group, NETP working group? Thank you.
Our consultant is not present with us. We'll pack this question and we'll send him a message. World Food Program has volunteered to take this question.
No, sorry, Chair, not volunteering, but I wanted to just clarify also that we are not necessarily talking about the NATP working group. We are talking about an ICT working group that, as part of its core things to do, is to also facilitate implementation of NATP, but there are also other things that the working group would do. So maybe let's also just try to differentiate as well. But I will leave one to preempt. I don't want to preempt. Sure.
So the portfolio of the working group could be extended to include other things. Nevertheless, for member states that have set up the DRM agency and they've recognized the need to have a subcommittee or a task force that deals with emergency telecoms, like Zambia has done, like DRC has done, this is all good. There's no one cap that fits all. What we're trying to do is to try to come up with a document which has all those goodies in it that can help you, that you don't have to spend hours and hours of research, because we're putting all the good stuff from everyone. That's what we're trying to do, a template. Okay, Jacob? But nevertheless, we will request Juan to see if he has some advice for us on this. When you look at the Sadc model and the TP, it recommends that the regulator takes the lead, but this depends on country to country. Okay. This concludes this session. Now, colleagues, there were two more presentations. We have received only one so far. It doesn't have audio. Okay. Yeah, so we've received the two presentations, one from UNDRR and the other one from GSME. The one for DRR, the presentation that we have received, has a little glitch. The audio is missing. But nevertheless, I just want to check that we have time. It is 5:15. I think we can take the GSME presentation, then we can close the session. So, Madam Chair, I will hand it over to you. Colleagues, the IT guys at the back there, our audiovisual team, are you audiovisual team? The presentation for GSME. Okay, thank you. Are we winning?
Hello everyone, I am Joanne Carey from the GSMA, and today I would like to talk about an important partnership between the GSMA and Sadc that is focused on emergency telecommunications, which is at the
Please
center.
restart so we can hear
Hello
the audio
everyone,
too as
I
well.
am Joanne Carey from the GSMA, and today I would like to talk about an important partnership between the GSMA and Sadc that is focused on emergency telecommunications, which is at the center of the region's model NETP. This collaboration is essential for enhancing our emergency preparedness in a rapidly changing world. In recent years, we have seen an increase in natural disasters, public health emergencies, and various crises that put significant strain on our telecommunication systems. During such events, effective communication is crucial. It ensures that first responders can coordinate efforts, community. Hello everyone, I am Joanne Carey from the GSMA, and today I would like to talk about an important partnership between the GSMA and Sadc that is focused on emergency telecommunications, which is at the center of the region's model NETP. This collaboration is essential for enhancing our emergency preparedness in a rapidly changing world. In recent years, we have seen an increase in natural disasters, public health emergencies, and various crises that put significant strain on our telecommunication systems. During such events, effective communication is crucial. It ensures that first responders can coordinate efforts, communities can stay informed, and vital services remain operational. That is why the partnership between GSMA and CRASA, Sadc's telecommunications arm, comes into play. By working together, we can bolster emergency telecommunications across the region, creating a more resilient infrastructure that can withstand shocks. Let us take a closer look at the key areas of collaboration. First, we are supporting CRASA in developing standard operating procedures, or SOPs, for emergency telecommunications. These SOPs will provide clear guidelines for mobile network operators and other stakeholders to follow during emergencies, ensuring a swift and coordinated response. Next, we are focusing on policy guidelines for business continuity plans. These guidelines will help mobile network operators establish a network redundancy and resilience mechanism. By preparing for potential disruptions, we can ensure that communication services remain available when they are needed the most. Another critical area is supporting CRASA in preparing policy guidelines for cell broadcast enabled early warning systems. This technology allows for the rapid dissemination of emergency alerts to the public, ensuring that communities receive timely information about imminent threats. Additionally, we are preparing a white paper on type approval certification and radio frequency regulations for emergency telecommunications. This document will provide a Hello everyone, I am Joanne Carey from the GSMA, and today I would like to talk about an important partnership between the GSMA and Sadc that is focused on emergency telecommunications, which is at the center of the region's model NETP. This collaboration is essential for enhancing our emergency preparedness in a rapidly changing world. In recent years, we have seen an increase in natural disasters, public health emergencies, and various crises that put significant strain on our telecommunication systems. During such events, effective communication is crucial. It ensures that first responders can coordinate efforts, communities can stay informed, and vital services remain operational. That is why the partnership between GSMA and CRASA, SADC's telecommunications arm, comes into play. By working together, we can bolster emergency telecommunications across the region, creating a more resilient infrastructure that can withstand shocks. Let us take a closer look at the key areas of collaboration. First, we are supporting CRASA in developing standard operating procedures, or SOPs, for emergency telecommunications. These SOPs will provide clear guidelines for mobile network operators and other stakeholders to follow during emergencies, ensuring a swift and coordinated response. Next, we are focusing on policy guidelines for business continuity plans. These guidelines will help mobile network operators establish a network redundancy and resilience mechanism. By preparing for potential disruptions, we can ensure that communication services remain available when they are needed the most. Another critical area is supporting CRASA in preparing policy guidelines for cell broadcast-enabled early warning systems. This technology allows for the rapid dissemination of emergency alerts to the public, ensuring that communities receive timely information about imminent threats. Additionally, we are preparing a white paper on type approval certification and radio frequency regulations for emergency telecommunications. This document will provide a framework for ensuring that equipment and systems used in emergencies meet safety and efficiency standards. Lastly, capacity building is vital. We will carry out training and workshops on national emergency telecommunications plans and emergency telecommunication strategies. By enhancing the skills and knowledge of stakeholders, we can create a more effective response network. In conclusion, the collaboration between the GSMA and SADC is a significant step towards enhancing emergency preparedness in our region. By establishing clear protocols and procedures, creating robust guidelines, and building capacity, we can ensure that our telecommunications infrastructure is not just resilient, but also capable of supporting our communities during times of crisis. Together, we can build a future where communication remains uninterrupted, even in the face of adversity. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing the positive impact of this partnership in the region. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, we received this presentation from GSMA because they were unable to attend and they have a big event that they are attending to. But so SADC Secretariat has requested them to just make a video. As you can see, they are working very closely with CRASA, and hopefully when you receive the presentation from Mr. Shukya Kiroga tomorrow, that will clarify some of the projects that they've already started. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. J. We can now close. Tomorrow. So tomorrow we are starting at 8:30. So be here by 8:30. Be seated. Good night. Thank you.
And just a reminder, we still have that form that's going around. Please, it's for our own logistical purposes that you fill it in and make sure that MACRA has possession of that form, because they really need to arrange for drop-offs, especially for those that are flying out. So the form is basically soliciting information as to when you're flying out and the time for your flight for logistical purposes. Please, please fill in that form and make sure that MACRA has possession of it. Thank you.
So I'll be sending out the template for the disaster management heads. So once you receive it, please respond. We've already received from Mauritius, for example, so we wait for other member states to update. Thank you.